Meeting of December 5th, 2022 of the Township of Washington Township Council. Adequate notice of the meeting was given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act by the Township Clerk to at least 2 newspapers in January. And this meeting has been posted on the Township Bulletin Board, the Electronic Message Board, WCTV, and on the Township website. Please notify the municipal clerk for any disability requirements necessary for attendance at mayor and council meetings. The fire exits are located through the double doors to your right and through the door on your left. Please silence all cell phones. Salute to the flag. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sue, roll call.
Councilman Casio.
Here.
Councilwoman Feeney.
Here.
Councilman Sears.
Here.
Councilwoman Velez.
Here.
Council President Morgan.
Here. Reflect also in attendance Mayor Calamari, Township Administrator DiCarlo, Township Attorney Poller, and Township Clerk Mikowski. Can you not hear me? Can you hear me?
You got two. There you go.
Okay. New community alert system. Receive community information instantly. Sign up at nixle.com. NIXLE.com. Nixle replaces Swift Reach. Washington Avenue Pascack intersection. Construction is slated to run through December. Work hours are 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m., Monday through Friday. Motorists are advised to avoid the intersection if possible and expect some delays during these times. For the latest updates on road closures and new bus routes, please monitor the Police Department and Township social media postings. For specific plan details, please visit our website. Zoning Board of Adjustment. Hybrid meetings will begin Tuesday, December 20th, 2022 at 7:30 p.m. Regularly scheduled zoning board meetings will be held in person with an option for members of the public to participate in person or to join electronically online or by phone through Zoom. Please see the website for more information and a meeting link to participate electronically. A total of 47 animals were vaccinated at our rabies clinic, which was held on Saturday, November 5th. Holiday happenings. Washington Township Annual PBA Toy Drive. Donate a new unwrapped toy by December 16th. I just had a question on this. It gets delivered here. Is there a box outside or something for that? For the PBA Toy Drive?
I don't know of a box in this building, but it might be with the PBS.
It's in the police lobby.
Police lobby.
In the police lobby. Okay. So that is a new unwrapped toy delivered to the police lobby by December 16th. Township Fire Department tree sale at Memorial Fields from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Home decorating showcase. Submit all entries by December 15th. Santa fire truck visit will take place on December 16th, 17th, and 18th. Township menorah lighting will be held on December 18th in front of Town Hall. Please visit the Township website for further details. The next meeting of the Township Council will be held on Monday, December 19th, beginning at 7:30 p.m. Do we have a time for the menorah lighting?
6 p.m.
Okay, so that menorah lighting on December 18th is for 6 p.m. in front of Town Hall. Okay. Okay, we have a presentation for DPW building for proposed plans. Iovino Architects, Arcari Iovino Architects. Yep, come on up. Thank you.
You maybe have the microphone?
You could.
I have a handheld. You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
On these easels, here are the floor plans and a site plan, as well as some cost information about the project. As you know, we're currently planning on the building here on this site where the DPW was before it was taken away. The building essentially is a two-story building, and that's because we want to maximize surface area for parking, since parking is in such a demand on this property. So what we have essentially is on the ground floor, which is the easel on the left-hand side, is just about a 6,000 square foot footprint. The second floor, which is the next easel, is about 4,000 square feet. It's stepped back like that because we just don't have the programmatic need for a full second floor. The one thing we have to do, because we're a public entity, is provide ADA access up to that second floor, because it's not just storage, it is meeting rooms, offices, locker rooms. So we have two stairs either end, furthest apart from each other for fire safety, which is a requirement, and then the elevator. So that's what goes along with having a second story. But essentially, we confirmed in this current version the list from the DPW of the vehicles that we need to fit in that building, while providing enough egress between the buildings. Sometimes you'll see, especially in fire departments, as the equipment grows, they really get packed in there. We've had departments that had OSHA problems because you couldn't egress between the fire department, the fire truck, and the front door, let's say. So we're making sure that in that plan, you'll see the footprint of each piece of equipment from the list that DPW gave us, with the size of the equipment and how we have the egress space between and around those vehicles. On that ground floor, we have essential items such as a physical bathroom, elevator equipment, utility space for electrical, etc. We have some storage space, tools, and tires, as well as a laundry. It's not a giant commercial laundry, but it is a laundry for the DPW, men and women that might come in completely dirty, and they can clean that stuff there rather than bringing anything home or out of that shop. And they have lockers upstairs, so they can shower upstairs, which is reasonable. And we have both men's and women's lockers upstairs. So the plan is about as tight as we can make it right now. And also, being a two-story building, we have the option for solar panels on the roof. We haven't obviously designed past these couple of sheets of paper that you see here, but it's the beginning of the concept. And the biggest thing we wanted to prove is that we meet the requirements of the DPW department. And then we also had a very broad view idea of what the cost could be. We looked at a metal building, we looked at a concrete block building. We're recommending, based on our experience, a concrete block building, especially where the trucks are, because we have a lot of salt, we have a lot of moisture, etc. It takes a lot of abuse, and the masonry will do a lot better than the metal structure. The cost base is not far apart from each other. The problem with metal buildings right now, because of the pandemic, is supply chain. Concrete block would be any day, right? Building will have a long lead time. And I know we need to get this building up sooner than later. And with that, we would recommend the concrete block masonry structure, especially on the ground floor. We have options for stick builds for the second floor, because we're not dealing with the same environment. So those are things we'll look at as soon as we start into the design process.
Can we ask questions?
Sure.
So not necessarily a question on what's presented here, but just, I know that there was some suggestions from other council people regarding the potential to try to best fit as much equipment as we can in using like a leverage system. I don't know if that's what it's really called, but like in the city, when we park the cars, it's, yeah. Was that considered? Is there a space for that? Just because we're trying to not utilize our space around town for the extra equipment.
We haven't, because of the size of the equipment we're talking about in there. I think that application could apply for some of the storage, right? So some of the items we've drawn to the backside of that plan are 10 by 10 squares, because there was a list of like extra snow plows. things like that.
Mhm.
Those can come in on racks that could be more vertical. But the vehicles are significant vehicles, and the height of them would make the second story almost out of reach. So we haven't even considered that for the heavy duty vehicles. But I think the equipment, we can have more of a vertical stack because it will be a tall space because of the trucks that we're designing for.
Mhm.
So you'll see that a lot in the DPW garage where things are up on a mezzanine or something like that.
Would that open more space in the bays for the actual trucks then, to maybe pull them out of where they currently sit or where the extra ones will sit?
Probably not more trucks, but more of the equipment.
Okay,
So I think we can pack more of the equipment in there.
okay.
And I think as we get into the next level of design, I'd like to sit with the DPW and talk to them and draw more specifically what the equipment is that would be housed in there
Mhm.
to see almost a game of Tetris, how we can fit as much as possible into that space.
Mhm.
So we'll work with them on maximizing.
Okay. I mean, I've seen it. I'm sure everyone has seen it, but even if you go to the city and park your own car, they'll put two cars on top and they rotate them around. I was just thinking, if we could, anything that we can do, small living in that space, I understand. But when I went through the fire department, I noticed that the ceilings were really tall on the second floor. So I'm just thinking, I don't want to get into that part of the build and think, wow, this is great space we could have used to, down standard ceilings upstairs and make the spaces downstairs much taller. Do you know what I mean?
I do. And even, the lifts that you're talking about.
Yeah, the lifts.
The good thing about this is that it's not construction, right? It's a product, right? So if, for instance, on the bay on the left, if that's a more conventional vehicle like a pickup or something like that, and the ceiling height is something for one of the main trucks, there's enough height to fit two of those small vehicles. So if they end up using it that way, it's something you could add.
Okay.
Right, as long as the ceiling height is there, right? So it doesn't have to be part of the construction.
Okay. So then I guess I just ask that be kept as an option.
Sure.
That's the only questions I have. Anyone else have any questions? Oh, Stacy. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Feeney.
Yes, hi. I wanted to get your feedback on how these plans materialize. And I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the input from the DPW, you've received it and that you've maximized the space based upon their requirements.
That's correct. On several occasions, I've received input from the DPW.
Okay. And in your professional opinion, based upon the size of the space being leveraged here and the availability of parking, this is in your opinion, in order to not impact the parking, to leave parking for employees and seniors and voting in the police department, this is the best use of space for the size of the land that the town has available to them in this location.
Yes, I would agree with that. I mean, we've gone out of our way to try and minimize that footprint. And if there was anything else I could push upstairs, I would do that right now. But I think everything that's down on the ground floor right now needs to be on the ground floor.
And this will still leave ample parking for the employees and the police department and other, right? With this exact plan right now, this will not impede the maneuverability throughout the parking lot. And it leaves them enough because leaves enough for the trucks to come in. I'm looking for this is your opinion. This is the best plan for the space. Is where I'm going.
I would say that, basically, even what's happening outside right now is that you have some temporary structures and you have all of these same vehicles are out there. Right? So these vehicles will be in a more compact location when this building goes up. So I think it'll be more orderly and I think it would open up better opportunities for parking. The other variable in this is the ambulance building, right? If that disappears, then we have more space for the support materials that go along with the DPW garage, all of the materials, et cetera. So I think the whole site gets to be more orderly with this building.
So there's no other additional, with the plan and the input from the DPW, this is our best option.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And in regards to the future growth, does this plan take into account any future growth, especially with the additional properties being built in town, the additional residents? Do you feel that what would the life of this be with the growth of the town, in your opinion?
I think it would satisfy, any anticipated changes with the town. I think the question is whether you're purchasing more vehicles, right? And that doesn't mean the building has to go. It means you need to have a place where you can park, I think.
Correct.
So it's more of what you're asking, I think, is more of a question of the property rather than the building. And, the property is limited by what it is right now. Unless the equation changes, DPW, police administration, et cetera, and the land boundary changes, then the answer is going to be what you have here. I think the biggest variable right now is the ambulance building going away. That will help out a lot.
Okay. Now, in regards to the structure in the building, we discussed, metal buildings, prefab buildings, and, we've been informed from the last council meeting that the life of a brick and mortar building versus like the aluminum buildings or the steel buildings that are going to go up, we're going to get much more value and long-term life. Is that your opinion?
Yes, it is. I've seen DPW buildings because of the environments of it, the salts on the road, especially, and the moisture, that, without a lot of maintenance, those buildings, the lifespan of those buildings were a lot shorter than a masonry building. A concrete block wall that is sealed properly can withstand those materials better than hollow metal door frames that are there in some of the aluminums, et cetera, even with proper finishes. So I think, in my opinion, the masonry building is a better option. If this was a significantly larger building, the cost savings might be greater with a metal building. But I think as a two-story option, this is the right way to go. Again, as I stated earlier, that whole bottom floor can be masonry, while upstairs is flexible. It could be, it could be lightweight metal studs. It could be potentially wood if the code allows. I got to dive into that. But we have options for the second floor that we don't have for the first.
So, and in regards to that, if we were, say in the future, we did do a metal building, if something structurally happens to the metal building, like storm or what you said, erosion, things like that, would the building need to be replaced because it's the metal versus like a masonry building would have to be repaired? Is there a difference in like the long-term effects of like if we have a huge hurricane, things like that, the entire building from a metal building would have to be replaced if it was all metal versus a masonry building may only need a repair? Does that come into play also in the decision making?
No, I think what we're talking about in terms of any damage or deterioration is local, right? So it's just that it can happen in a lot of areas at the same time if the maintenance isn't there.
And then also with the, I know Mr. Sears brought this up, but I was wondering if the second floor is metal and is not masonry, would we still have an option to go for solar panels? Is there a weight constriction on the roof if we do not do a full masonry building? Do you know?
That's not a problem at all. As long as we know that solar panels are a consideration when we engineer those members, that we'll make sure that they can carry that.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have right now.
Thank you.
Anyone on the dais have any more questions?
Council fee, answer my question. Question answered. Thank you.
Sorry, Tom. I didn't mean to steal your
No,
question.
that's fine. Thank you very much.
Wasn't my intention.
We asked a lot of questions.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. Anyone else have any questions right here? Okay. So I'm going to just ask that you stay for the public session part so that when we open it, if the residents have any questions, they can answer.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you staying.
Desiree, can we maybe just poll the public very quickly to see if they're going to have any questions on the DPW?
I already see one,
Okay.
I think. Yeah. Is there anyone else who may have questions?
Maybe we can call those people up first then. just
Okay.
to Not keep our professional.
Yeah, it's not a
Okay.
complete plan. It's also bear in mind, it's just that the very granular stages of, there's two people. Yep. Gotcha. Not yet, but I see you. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Okay, we don't have any approvals of minutes. And then, Mayor, you have some appointments?
Thank you very much.
get to that paperwork. Yeah, I'm happy to say we have two SLEOs appointment. I'll read them in the usual memo fashion. To the council president and the council of the Township of Washington, please be advised that having received the recommendation and endorsement for appointment of the following person from the Director of Public Safety, I am hereby approving the following person to the office or position listed below. Name, Nicholas, I'm going to try and pronounce this correctly, Zaris, to the position of SLEO 2 part-time, effective December 1st. And then also we have Nick McLaurin as SLEO 2 full-time, effective December 1st also. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Appointments to Fire Department. Membership application from Nicholas A. Cavello for the Township of Washington Volunteer Fire Department. Motion to approve
So moved.
and file.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. I'm also going to ask the mayor and council to hold your report until after the general public comment so that we can not hold up the architects, please. Everyone okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not going anywhere.
Okay, great. So to participate in the, I'm sorry, Pen, do I have to motion to suspend the rules?
Yeah. Do a motion to suspend the rules, just to change the order slightly to accommodate the public input with respect to the architect.
Yes. Motion to suspend the rules.
So moved. Second.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Sue, roll call?
Councilman Casio?
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney? Stacey, you're on mute.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Councilman Sears?
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez?
Yes.
Council President Morgan?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, to participate in the general public comment portion of the meeting, please click on the link below to join the webinar. If by phone, *9 to raise hand, *6 to unmute. Each person wishing to address the council shall give his or her name and home address for the record. And we ask that only one person speak at a time with a 5-minute limit. Speakers are to direct all questions to the council president. All members of the public and council are expected to conduct themselves in a proper manner. Any derogatory, abusive, or threatening statements will not be permitted, and the council president will immediately rule such conduct out of order and terminate any further comments. Just a reminder, it is a discussion, so we will have the back and forth. A motion to open public comment.
So move.
Second. Who? Oh, no, I was asking for second.
Oh, second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Anyone like to come up? Mr. Ullman, I think you were first.
Good evening, Michael Ullman, 2 Clark Avenue. At the last meeting, I had inquired about how road details are assigned, and I was wondering, have you been provided a response?
I'm sorry, Mr. DiCarlo, you can take that. And actually, right after that, if you could, we're going to just actually direct questions. We'll have that answered, but we'll direct them to the architects first so I can have them go.
But I have other questions.
Yeah, you're going to keep going. Don't worry. I just wanted them to answer your questions, and then
Sure.
they can go, and then you can continue on, if that makes sense, just to keep it a little more.
Sure. In your update, you mentioned the ambulance building a couple of times. Does the current design contemplate the building being there or not being there? And if the answer is being there, if it wasn't there, would this design be different?
So our design,
It's on, sorry.
Our building is what it needs to be regardless of the ambulance building, staying or going. I think the biggest thing I talked about as an impact to the site is that the building has a better purpose not being there for the sake of the DPW's support with Europe.
Okay, so the design is the design.
Correct.
Okay. What would be the cost of doing a full second floor? And why wouldn't we, if we could gain unconditioned storage? It seems that we have the first floor complete. We have a second floor that is not complete or doesn't fully cover it. I mean, to put in extra storage, that could be unconditioned, would seem a benefit. And just what design input went into that to sort of prevent that future expansion or existing use.
So we based the design on what the need was from DPW, and second floor, as I talked about earlier, has spaces that don't need to be on the first floor, and the map is such that it's smaller than the 6,000 square feet on the ground. There's no question if the town wanted to build more, they can build more, just more money. And does it need the space is a big question. I do a lot of municipal work, and I know that there's always some level of need for storage, but I know DPW offices are in this building, and out of this building, so I think when you look at the whole campus, it's a question for the council whether or not they need that storage space. It would add about 2,000 square feet. I have the math right up there, and that might be $600,000-$700,000, maybe a guess, per square foot number. I'm throwing that out there.
Okay. And the last question is, you've gone up to a second floor. Was any consideration given to obtain space below? So we're on a hill, Pascack Ave, which is a major thoroughfare, county thoroughfare is there. If there's such a demand for enclosed space, could you go down and have, a number of bays into the sort of the hillside and come above it?
Right, so you're not talking about a basement in that location, you're talking using the hill to expose a lower level to the street below.
Sort of like a walkout basement.
From where this building is now, unless you put the entire structure out on Pascack, you couldn't do that. And even there, the height difference is so dramatic from Pascack up here. It's like 35 feet. So only one level at a time is going to make it through the roadway. That's how far apart they are. And where this building is, even though there's that little driveway that cuts sort of the back gate, goes around, I wouldn't want to create a basement tuck above it, So the cheapest property, the cheapest space we have is that second story for non-vehicular use.
Okay. All right. Those are my
great questions. Awesome. Thank you.
only questions.
You can, thank you. And then you can ask your questions. So you know what, have a seat. You can come back up. Did you have a question for the architects? Okay. Thanks for being flexible, Mr. Ullman. You'll be right back up.
Rosa Donver, 423 Colonial Boulevard.
Okay.
How much surrounding the stairs for fireproofing for these men or women to get out right away, since you have a lot of trucks that can get on fire? What kind of protection is around the stairs? Will it be all cement block? I mean, we have Mr. Sears that works that's with the fire department. I don't know if you asked him this question.
No.
What about the protection around the stairs for the men and women to get out?
Right, great point. And that goes to, the conversation we were having earlier, metal building versus concrete block. The concrete block is inherently an 8-inch block, 2-hour firewall. And that's the way you want to build it. So the fire stairs themselves are made of that fire-resistant material. Right? So a big part of that, though, is making sure that we're not parking all of those things right up against the exits. But the building itself will absolutely meet and exceed the codes for the fire rate. And then also on that ground floor, you have 3 ways out, not just.
Escapes on the second floor to get out.
The stairs are built as what were traditionally done as fire escapes, right? And so in today's code, you can't do a fire escape. You do fire rated enclosure, and that's what we're doing. So it's not an open space. It's a rated stair.
Well, that I know, but I'm saying if there's windows on the second floor and they can't get out with the stairs that are enclosed, how are they going to get out of the second floor? Jump out?
Well, they'll have, the way we have it designed.
I mean, this is a commercial building.
Yeah, and no doubt, everything you're talking about is what, keeps me up at night, right? As an architect, I live by this, right? So 20 years from now, somebody gets hurt in that building, they can still come out. So I want to make darn sure that it's the safest it can possibly be, right? So there's a fire rating between the garage below and the space above where they're working, right? There's on upper floor, there's a long straight corridor, no maze, right? Like, so you know exactly where you're going. Each end is fire stair.
Is that only with the cement building, as I'll call it?
Yeah. So everything will be fire rated. The people more than that's what
Right.
fire ratings are about.
Mhm.
It allows you to get out. And so all of that we will absolutely be taking into consideration. It's in my best interest as a professional to do that.
Remember, concrete building, you have to protect the people working there. Forget about steel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ullman, oh, you have another question on okay, come on. Hi.
Anthony Dina, 876 Richard Boulevard East. I don't really have a question about much, but I was looking at the left drawing, the ground floor and the middle one. On the left drawing, is there an external staircase missing from there? I mean, it doesn't seem to match up with.
No, it does. So this one, you see, the left stair, as I'm looking at that plan on the ground floor. I to. Yeah, so this is shifting. Should be right here. It's this version is the old version of it.
Okay.
But you're right.
So there is an external.
100%. Yeah, so the 2 stairs come.
I thought I was seeing, thank you.
So one of the things we did, we were asked about DPW input is until like literally this past week, I was still changing things.
Mhm.
So I was changing the ground floor and I need to marry those 2 up again.
Okay.
But there's no doubt the 2 stairs come down. Very good. Thank you.
Good catch. Thank you. All right. Is there any other questions for the architect or can I let them go?
Actually, I have one question.
Oh, Stace, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. In regards to the what Rosa said, is there a fire suppression system in the building on the second floor? In addition to, I understand it's a long hallway. I couldn't hear. So if you said that, I apologize.
No, Stacey, I haven't talked about that just yet.
Okay.
I haven't gotten into that level of code
Okay.
evaluation to see if it's an absolute requirement.
Okay.
It's also an option. The code sets the minimum.
Yes.
If the township wants to do that, we can do that.
Okay.
Those are one of the issues that'll come up as we develop.
Okay. All right. No, thank you. I'm sorry. I just couldn't hear you. And I'm sure whatever the code is, I would maybe recommend, it's a really good point since the upstairs is windowless. I think Rosa made a phenomenal point. And I think fire suppression is always a good, it's a nice extra if it's not required by the code, and if it's required by the code, then we should absolutely have it. So, but thank you very much. Sorry.
The upstairs isn't windowless.
No, it isn't.
No.
It's
Not when, so I thought I heard that.
No, it could never be. They couldn't.
Yeah,
it's a fire
in
code.
that concept plan, we didn't get into all of that just yet.
Right. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just want to piggyback on what I was talking about. Does that give us more space on the ground level then? Because you have a staircase that are left over there?
It might, I have to dive into that, but essentially the building is going to be that side.
Okay, all right.
Any other questions?
I'd just like to make a comment based on a few people saying, I've gone over this with the DPW many times with their equipment list, what's inside versus what's outside. Most of this equipment is meant to be outside on a regular basis. We're not going to get that much more life expectancy on most of this equipment if it's inside versus outside. It's like a car almost. When I downsized, I had a 2-car garage, my cars were in the garage. Now I don't, my cars sit outside. I don't notice that they're wearing any faster or anything like that because by today's standards, most equipment is built to be outside. So I just want to put that out there for everyone's knowledge that, we've gone over this a number of times with the DPW and their equipment list, and they feel that, they would ask for more inside space if they thought it would significantly add to any one piece of equipment's lifespan. They just don't see it that being the case.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John.
Mr. Ullman, you can come up for your regular.
Don't get used to it. So
I'm glad to show that.
No worries. Thank
that's
you.
always my
Thank you.
challenge, and I use it also.
No, you're fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Just my next question is about changes in contract law, because I see that there's a resolution 22-388 authorizing a change order number 12. And I went back and I didn't see many, if any, change orders that came before the council, and perhaps my search skills weren't that great, but I don't recall seeing at least 1 through 11. Has there been a change in contract law that this is now coming before the council?
Is that something Mr. DiCarlo wants to answer, or? Because
Mr. Ullman, I'm not aware of any change in the contract law. However, found it appropriate, and I believe required to include change order as part of resolutions, and that's why I therefore put it forward.
So that's great. I think it's probably should be. I guess perhaps we can discuss what happened to 1 through 11 and why wasn't the council advised of those changes or provided them. And if you were, I'll request Oprah so we know exactly which ones we don't have. But are those change orders valid, and is it appropriate to make the payment if they haven't been approved? Payments have been made, I'm assuming, so it's a little rhetorical. But thank you, Mr. DiCarlo. The last question I had is, there was a change order for the sheet retention on the site. And I was just wondering, did that change order include sheet retention behind the existing firehouse? I'm assuming they didn't put it in because the firehouse was there. Now that the firehouse, the existing, is coming down, I would assume that the need didn't end at the end of the new building. There is a need to retain that wall of dirt. Did the change order that was not approved previously, but I guess is in place, did that include retention beyond the current wall?
so that is another question I have no idea about. I will ask that we look into that and get back to you, because I'm assuming by the look on your face.
Yeah, we don't know the specs offhand.
Yeah.
Okay, because I would assume that would be additional expense that
Requires a change order, yes.
Mr. Ullman, can I just ask you to repeat that so I can write it down?
there was a change order on the construction that required driven sheet steel to retain the slope behind the firehouse. And that's new. That was new sheet steel that was put in. And I'm assuming it wasn't put in behind the existing firehouse, but I would also assume that there is a need for it because those slopes exist behind the existing. And now that the firehouse is coming down, are we going to need a further change order Or did the original change order contemplate coming back and driving new sheet?
Mr. Carlo, will you follow up with Mr. Ullman directly on that, or do you want to shoot it to me and I will follow up with that?
I tend to respond to the council, however.
Perfect. So then I'll get back to you with it. Yep.
And then just back to that first question that we tabled, or not tabled, but was out of sequence
Yeah.
on the road details.
Yep, I responded to the council on that one as well.
Okay, so I'll wait to hear.
Why don't you just read
Yeah.
Mr. Carlo's comment?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
We can get.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Well, you're here, so I mean, you can talk to him. I don't know.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Whichever, however, what you let me handle it.
Yeah, that's fine.
But if I remember
Mr.
correctly,
DiCarlo respond directly to Mr. Ullman at our request?
Sorry, can you say it again?
Can't Mr. DiCarlo respond to Mr. Ullman based on our request? I'm sure that's permitted.
Yeah, I think he just wasn't sure how to
Okay,
conduct it right now because we haven't had this, so.
okay.
Mr. Ullman, if I remember correctly, you had two concerns. One was there any established requirements for the presence of police officers on extra duty jobs? I spoke to Mr. Poller, who stated that he's not aware of any actual ordinance requiring it. I also spoke to Chief Skinner, that does not have any policy, tends to usually be sought after by the contractors to alleviate any liability, not any liability, but to alleviate some of the liability having police officers present. The other concern was the safety of DPW while they're in the road. I spoke to the foreman and the superintendent. Neither of them have any current concerns. They state that they all wear their required neon vests or their neon sweatshirts or t-shirts that they're supposed to wear. And if they do have a concern, like if they're on a curvy or hilly road or on a county road, that they'll either ask for the police's assistance. Most of the time, they'll have one of their own DPW vehicles with the yellow lights on behind them, securing their safety.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well,
You just do that off the top of your head because I
I
found
did.
it was almost word for word. It's impressive. Okay. I have it with me in case, I mean, I don't know if you would like, Mr. DiCarlo, if you want to do the follow-ups. I think you should, since you did the work,
Okay.
find all the answers.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Is there anyone else that'd like to come up?
Desiree, I just want to say that, according to about the change orders for the emergency services building, that we have been getting those. So far, I found all of them except one. So I'm going to email Mr. DiCarlo to get the other one, but the council has been made aware of all of the change orders for the EMS building. And I'll forward those on to Mr. Ullman.
I knew we received some. I wasn't sure about 1 through 11, so I didn't want to comment on that.
The one I can't find is 9, but I think that's my searching skills, not that we don't have it.
Okay.
Just so you know.
So we will look, if you could forward that, and then I can forward it over as well.
And then we also got an update at the end of last year from the architect and with the monthly report for the emergency services building about the change orders too. So.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, sir.
Peter Zubiari, 607 Beach Street, 47 plus years in the township. I spoke at the November town council meeting questioning the building practices of township engineer Paul Azzolino. After that meeting, I left a copy of my statement with the township clerk, Susan Witkowski. Since that meeting, I have not received any correspondence relating to the building practices or my concerns. Hence, this is why I'm here again this evening. What was upsetting to me at the November meeting, a township resident, Mr. Conti, who followed my talk with a totally different agenda, immediately addressed the name Paul Azzolino. He stated that Mr. Azzolino's practices are still surfacing regarding complaints from township residents. I believe that speaks volumes. Prior to the November meeting, I was contacted by Township Administrator Mark DiCarlo. This was a follow-up regarding my concerns. I was told that the mayor, the township administrator, and Mr. Azzolino had a meeting. I was told by Mr. DiCarlo that Mr. Azzolino had justified his billing practices. I know that Mr. Azzolino has ties in Washington Township. That should not dismiss me or my concerns. To date, I've never seen any of Mr. Azzolino's justifications to my concerns. The three items I addressed at the November meeting, after contacting with the Township Building Department on October 12th of 2020, merely to get information on the necessary steps to pursue my project, I was directed to Mr. Azzolino. Nowhere was it mentioned to me by the building department or Mr. Azzolino, nor have I found it in writing on any township website, that by contacting Mr. Azzolino, I would receive an invoice for that phone call of merely asking a question at $117 per hour. The charge to me was $29.25. How can this be justified? Would anyone on the town council or anyone here in this audience expect to be billed for merely asking a question? I was simply asking that question and how to start the project. As I previously mentioned, what if I did not pursue the project? Would I still receive an invoice from Mr. Azzolino? On July 21st of this year, I called Mr. Azzolino's office at the request of my contractor to come out and do an initial inspection. The phone call was short and to the point. I was charged for 30 minutes at $125 an hour. The charge to me, $62.50 for merely asking Mr. Azzolino to come out for an initial inspection. Nothing else, no more. Again, where is this justification? Lastly, 3 on-site inspections by Mr. Azzolino. My contractor has written me stating that each inspection took no longer than 10 minutes. I was charged for 3 hours, totaling $375. Again, justified? I think not. I am seeking a reevaluation and adjustment of the invoices regarding my concerns. Nowhere should any township resident be charged for merely asking a question to start a project, for initiating a straightforward phone call, and finally, for being at a job site, inspecting 10 minutes and charging 1 hour. As I mentioned at the November meeting, if this was the norm of Washington Township, I strongly feel that the policies should be looked into, reevaluated, and invoices adjusted. These billing practices are totally unjustified. Again, would any one of you sit silent and not bring these complaints forward if this happened to you? Obviously, other township residents have mentioned their instances with Mr. Azzolino. I truly appreciate your attention to this matter. Thank you for your time, and I'm anxious to hear a response.
Thank you.
Should I stay or sit?
No, stay right there. Stay right there.
I'm here.
We are going to, I think that to his point, a reevaluation of the invoices and asking questions, starting a project. Mr. DiCarlo, you said that you spoke with Mr. Azzolino and he received justifications. Did he share with you what those were? And is there a way to share that with our resident?
How you doing, sir? How are you?
How you doing today?
Good. When I spoke with Mr. Azzolina, I brought before him the concern of the resident. I'm not sure he gave me actual justifications. However, I have what he's stating his word. I brought it up to him again a second time before last meeting. Again, I'd love to hear some guidance either from council or from Mr. Poller. I don't know how I'm supposed to argue with Mr. Azzolina regarding his invoices. I wasn't there to monitor his phone calls. I wasn't there to monitor his site. What I can tell you is moving forward, I am paying more particular attention to his invoices. I've spoken to Saeed Toro, who is the chairman of the Zoning Board of Adjustments, and I've had several meetings with the professionals that I do manage that can do something from this point on. Again, I'm very sorry, and I'm very understandable of your concern, but really at an end here. I don't know what more I can do for the gentleman.
What is the recourse, though, when a resident does have a concern with anyone who has an answer for us, that would be wonderful. What is the
And
recourse?
Mr. DiCarlo, if I may, I appreciate you stepping in here on a concerned citizen's behalf. But as you said, moving forward, that doesn't rest well in my pocket as far as calling the building department, speaking with them. What paperwork do I need? Very first day, what paperwork do I need to get this project going? Building permits, so on and so forth. What do I need? Call Mr. Azzolino. If I was told, call Mr. Azzolino, and you're going to get charged at $125 an hour, I might have tried to find some other means. But for merely asking, what do I need to do in order to pursue this project? I'm getting hit with an invoice. Again, what if I didn't do the project? Would I still get an invoice?
I totally understand.
To me, it's ludicrous.
Sir, I understand the concern, but there's nothing I can do going back
No.
to a point in time where I wasn't here. What I can tell you is we've created fact sheets that will now either accompany your permits, they're not done yet, or be given at the beginning of the process that will now explain that you will be billed. And we're also trying to encourage the residents or the customer to come to our building department for answers to questions that we can answer. Some things we can't. I can't expect my building professionals to answer engineer type questions. I understand your frustration.
I know you're saying this was so-called before your time. That's my quote, before you came on board. But again, anyone, you ask a question. How do I go about doing something? And I received an invoice for that? I don't think anybody in their right mind would say, yeah, that's good. Police station, how do I go about parking my car at night? Oh, this is what you have to do, but we're going to send you an invoice for $50. Whoa. I'll park it at the DPW.
Councilwoman Feeney has some insight, I believe she'd mentioned online.
Hello, Ms. Feeney.
Hi, how are you?
Okay.
So I know that we discussed this at the last council meeting, and I believe, Mr. DiCarlo, one of the things we did talk about is that you were going to ask Mr. Azzolino just to put down in writing specifically how long he worked on the, after the phone calls, and that the phone call was not being charged for the hour, but what did he work on in relationship to the phone call? And then we also discussed that which you have done, which is greatly appreciated, a fact sheet, and also asking the residents to call the building department administrative assistant, I don't know the right title, I apologize. Yes, thank you. So to help residents with questions instead of reaching directly out to the engineer. So I think that was one resolution that we did talk about, which I believe you've taken care of. And then we were going to maybe consider reevaluating the fees that he was charged. So that's where we left it off at the last council meeting.
I think we definitely need to reevaluate it. I don't think it's fair to put it on the resident to say, if you're called, because to be completely honest, I can say the same thing would happen to me. I would call. Someone tells me to call the architect, call this person, I would call. I wouldn't expect to be charged. And we don't, when they answer the phone to say, sir, if we keep moving forward with this conversation, you will be charged. We have a right to know. So we definitely need to do something. This is not,
that sheet that he's saying he put together for going forward.
I know going forward, but there needs to be something to make this right. We need to do something. I'm sorry.
If I may just say, hopefully one last thing. Being retired, I took a ride down to Verizon Wireless this week. And I said, can you help me get an idea on a July 21st phone call? I said, and here's the phone number. And they said, sure, we'll be happy to print that up. Again, just for the phone call, I was charged 30 minutes, $62.50. Yet in black and white right here, it says it was a 10-minute phone call. 20 minutes, I'm getting hammered for 20 minutes, and He wasn't speaking to me.
I mean, I think if there are justifications, if there was work that was done behind the scenes, obviously, there's not a problem being paid for that. But if you're saying it was a question, that's all it was, the question was answered, and there was nothing further after that that he had to do for you behind the scenes, then that should be something that we really truly take a look at. And I'm sorry that you feel that it was an unfair exchange, and absolutely we will be looking into this. I will be looking into this. This is something that we need to talk
Again, I know I keep saying one last thing. The thing that really opened my eyes to this whole situation, besides I thought things weren't running smoothly, is that after I spoke at the November meeting, as I sat down, the next gentleman that got up, I remembered his name, Mr. Conti. Before he even got into his discussion, he started saying, "Oh, Paul Azzolino, he's still with Township residents." That opened my eyes a heck of a lot more. And as it should open the eyes of the town council, because again, if this were an isolated situation, I'd say, and you should say, okay, go about your business. But I'm sure it isn't, and I'm sure it wasn't. And I'm sure if nothing is done, it will continue.
I will say thank you. I will say that I do feel fortunate because Mr. DiCarlo, you've been super proactive with a lot of the issues that we've seen in the short time that you've been here. So no pressure, except that I'm just going to say, you know, I see that you've already moved forward and you've put some processes in place. So I appreciate that. And, you know, hopefully that will be the end of this consistently, you know, continuing to happen to our residents, hopefully. And we will, yeah.
I just wanted to comment. What disturbs me about the whole process is the beginning of the process, where you ask someone in our building department or tech what the process is. That should have known what the process was. And there's no excuse for that. There is no excuse. If I ask, what do I need? That person is your point of contact with the government, and they should know it. If they didn't know it, they should have said, I'll get back to you, not for you to go research it out. So to me, that's
number one.
It's incompetence. That's what it is. Because this is a job that that person has. They should know what their function is in their division, technician, whatever it may be, and they should know what that is. If they don't know a simple answer, what you need, that person should not be in that position.
Believe me,
Should not be in that position, and they're handing it off to a professional. Okay, her profession or his profession should be giving you the answers that you need. No excuse for that. And I'll just leave it at that.
again, my purpose is not to
I know what you're
terminate anybody at the
No,
building
and
department
that's not my-
or
that's
Mr.
not my
Azzolino. I'm just looking for justification
I
on
understand.
simple requests and simple 10-minute phone calls that I'm getting charged for.
It's a
30
simple
minutes.
request, and that should have been done. You should not have gone farther than the township's telephone bank.
I thank you, Doc.
Appreciate you bringing it to our attention.
I have a question and also a statement.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
In the beginning, you made a statement that Mr. Azzolina has ties in Washington Township. I want to just state, without asking you, he has no ties other than professional engineering services to the town. So I don't know what you meant by ties to the town, but he has no ties.
Well, I do know the name Azzolino in town. I happen to know his brother.
Yeah,
So-
they've been part of the town for a long time. So
That-
if that's what you mean by ties,
that's a tie.
that's fine. And I want to say yours is an isolated incident. That's not the usual thing we get out of our building department. We've taken great strides in the past few years to make it better. Mr. Conti happened to be here the same night. His incident goes back a couple of years. But the firm of the Azzolinas handles dozens of engineering cases for residents on a monthly basis. I'm happy to say the rates that people are not happy are relatively few. I'm sorry that you are not one of the ones that they did a good job for, in your opinion. But I would like to point out, I think it is an isolated incident out of all the ones that they handle for the town resident.
And again, I'm not criticizing any of Mr. Azzolino's work.
Right.
his billing process is what I'm questioning.
Right. Mhm.
And again, but I think with adequate information.
Mhm. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Who's gonna follow up with, Mr. Uriari on the, billing? Who's gonna take that on? Wasn't sure who's gonna be following up.
So I am asking that it get resolved and that we do something. So I'd like to be part of the follow-up, but I'm not sure that I don't think we are supposed to discuss and talk to the engineer, correct? We have to do that through the administrator.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to ask that can I be part of that? Can I be circled into that? Or is that, I'm not?
I mean, Mark, I'm not sure what else we can do. We've had 2 conversations with him. You know,
Well, he's going to get he's going to get exactly what that encompassed in writing, right? What those charges.
Everyone gets an invoice, and the invoice indicates what it was for, whether it was for a phone call, whether it was a site visit, whether it was a plan review.
So if
I'm more than willing to do whatever else I can. I just, short of reimbursing him myself, I don't know what more I could do. Do I have the authority to tell Mr. Azalina to change the bill? I don't think that's appropriate or professional either. So that's why I asked for guidance, whether from Mr. Poller or from the council.
So what is the recourse then? I guess, Mr. Poller, is what Mr. DiCarlo is asking and I'm asking, and we need your guidance.
Well, there are 2 issues that you're talking about. Is an explanation of the charges, which I gather Mr. DiCarlo was already embarked on 2 occasions, the way I heard it. If someone is not, if you're not happy with it, then you can give him a refund. You want to vote on a refund, you can give him a refund. It's up to you. I mean, you can only do so much analysis, talking, investigation, justification, things of that nature. So if it's explanations, that's one thing. And if the gentleman wants a refund of some kind, and I can appreciate it, but the bottom line is that falls in your domain, not in the administration's domain. The fees are the town's fees. That's the town's money. So you're the one who controls the town money. So if I were you, I would do a little more homework and investigation with or interaction with the administrator, with Mr. Azalina. And if you want to go and come up with something, that's totally up to you.
Okay, so I am permitted to.
Yeah, it's not. When you say you're permitted, there's no procedure for it. Basically, Azalina does his charging the way he does his charging. Boswell does his charging the way he does his charging. I'm sure that there are people who are dissatisfied with getting charged certain things, and I can understand. It's not that I don't understand that, but as far as what's the procedure, there isn't always a procedure for addressing and automatically getting a refund, which is the essence, I think, of what's being requested. So the idea is that getting to the bottom line, I would think that there should be more discussion before anything is done. So I just recommend that maybe you talk with the administrator and see what can be done in terms of analysis and where you go from there. I don't think you have to decide it on December the 5th, but I think it's something that can be looked at.
Agreed. Okay, so I'm going to ask again, like I was trying to before. I definitely would like to be part of the conversation. I know we have to go through you and have a conversation with you to speak to any of the town employees. So I'm asking to be part of that.
No, that's not right. No,
Okay.
You could ask the administration to do that. I said.
All right. So
you're not part of that. You're the council. You're not part of that. But you can interact with the administrator and have that done by the administrator. And I can help the administrator a little bit on that score.
Okay, so then I'm sorry, but it does fall in your lap again. Tag, you're it.
So Mrs. DiCarlo, I'll talk to you tomorrow, okay?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Mhm.
Even though, quote unquote, this might have been a isolated incident. It still requires every citizen to check their bills. Just don't accept anything as normal. And I think this is what Mr. Ruby already did. The isolated, I don't know. But it also goes back to that there could have been other situations that people just took this as the norm and they paid it. But again, we need a process in place. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Good.
And there's two people online.
Sorry, just have one question. Is there a process in place, Mr. DeCarlo?
I'm sorry, ma'am, I couldn't hear you.
I just, Mr. Sears brings up a really great point, and I just wanted to, based on his point, I wanted to ask the question to the administration and the mayor, is there currently a process in place for the invoice review based upon the work and the applications that are going on by the town?
I would say it's done based on a case-by-case basis. If a resident feels they want us to review it, we do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like I said, I'm happy to say so far they've been far and few between where we do it on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you. I just, based on Mr. Sears' comment, I wanted to just see if there was a process, thank you.
Okay. There are two people on with their hands up on Zoom.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, Fred Getz, 587 Washington Avenue, Township of Washington. Good evening, Madam Council President. I just wanted to bring to your attention first a technical issue. I did have my hand raised on the Zoom link for the entire presentation of the architect, and it was not recognized. I didn't know if it went through or if there was no problem there.
I'm sorry we didn't see it. Did you
Yeah.
I guess that was my mistake. I did not see you over there.
No problem. Just wanted to bring that into your attention. The reason why that I was raising my hand is because none of us at home nor through the Zoom link could hear anything the architect was saying because he was holding the microphone too far away from his mouth. So I had initially had a question for the architect. I wanted to echo Mr. Ullman's question about building a basement floor, if you would. And we couldn't hear any of the answers from the architect through the television. It was a little bit better through the Zoom link, but you might want to reconsider having the architect back.
Okay, I'm double checking with WCTV. I appreciate the feedback. Hang on a second.
So I can tell you that the architect was a little low because he did have the, but on the Zoom, Mr. Getz is correct. It was better, but I believe probably on the TV, it was hard to hear, but he was right. The microphone was far away from him. It was hard to hear.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was it. I just wanted to bring it to the council's attention. You might want to consider having the architect back to answer questions because the general public was probably unable to hear any of the answers.
Thank you. Yes,
Thank you. You have a good night.
I'm sorry. Hang on one second.
Did Mr.
Sure.
Getz send his questions in and then we can get those answers?
Can you hear Councilwoman Velez?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you could submit your questions, then perhaps we could ask the administration to bring the architect in for a whole other visit.
Desiree,
Well, I'm not concerned about myself, but more about
General
the
public.
public.
Sue, in light of that, maybe can we go a little more detailed into the minutes when they're done?
Sure.
I kind of put in the Q&As to the extent possible.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think that would be a big help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Getz. Is there anyone else oh, there's someone else. I'm so sorry. There's one more person that's had their hand up. Put it down? Okay, come on up. Sorry, come on up. Okay, ladies first.
Julianne Lipnick, 184 Affinity Place. Now, this is not what I want to talk about. I'm asking this gentleman here, could you possibly explain the nature of your project for a better understanding of what you went through? I'm sorry, I don't remember.
No, Peter.
Peter,
Peter's
what was your project?
to tear down an existing railroad tie retaining wall, 50 plus years old, and to put up a block, new 2-tier block retaining wall.
Okay, thank you. The reason why I ask is some of you know, some of you don't. 2008, I started working here in the building department. Did you have to post an escrow?
We can't allow that. Mrs.
Oh, I'm
Lipnick.
sorry.
We need some advice from-
I'm sorry, that's quite all right. Back then,
Maybe you could talk off and then.
okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. Back then, escrow was required for projects. And it was from that escrow that bills, like Mr. Azzolina's, at that time it was Mr. Ritchie. They were deducted from that escrow. And the homeowner would get a description of what was being charged. And there was a rule, so to speak, unsaid rule. It was almost like a 15-minute, just kind of like when you're in an office. You know, if you're 5 minutes late or whatever, it's kind of like a 15-minute doc or vice versa. So that was one way we used to handle it way back when. And we did have a sheet that we would hand out that said, this is what is required for various projects. So you might want to use that as a suggestion. That being said, kudos to you for Friday night. It was really, really wonderful. Thank God the weather held up. It was a beautiful night for a beautiful affair. I know from past that you are not the forum for the new strip mall, but because we're televised, I'm hoping enough people hear what I have to say. I had addressed the situation, and it was regarding the multitude of driveways. And you know, and I know, the driveway situation at the town center and what we've gone through with that little walkway. I addressed the Washington Avenue driveway in particular, saying, yes, it's going west, but you are going to get people that are going to pull out and go east. Didn't want to hear it. The answer I got back was, well, people will always be people. Well, we have a big problem at the Washington Town Center with that driveway that's very close to Affinity Place. That is supposed to be a northbound turn only. I can't even begin to tell you how many ShopRite trucks go south, how many people, because they don't want to sit at the light, they go to that driveway and they pull in. Just the other day, a car's coming out and a car's coming in. Bingo. Another crash could happen in an instant. To say that that's not going to happen at the corner of Pascack and Washington, deluding yourself, because it will happen. And the congestion, it's almost as if we're putting bad after good, in that the town and the taxpayers are on the hook for a phenomenal expansion up there. And now we're just going to add tons and tons of traffic. And you know, and I know, the kids will be coming out of that shopping center left and right. And we're going to have a repeat of everything we have down at Washington Town Center. So that's what I wanted to state. And hopefully enough people will hear what I have to say, take into consideration, and voice their opinion about the traffic situation there too. My last and final is I happen to be on the League of Municipalities, and I noticed that we have a vacancy for the construction officials position. My question is, I always thought that application was a function of administration. So I'd like to know why the resumes were all directed to the police department secretary. And I had heard through the grapevine that Bernadette has retired after a multitude of years. Is her position available? And if so, will that be posted on the League of Municipalities? Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have an answer? Anyone want to answer any of those? Yeah.
I believe we can, yes. Mrs. Lipnick? I want to make sure you hear my answers to your question. Yes, the person in the police department has been temporarily helping us in Bernadette's absence until we found a new person for that position. So that's why the applications were asked to go to her email. I'm happy to say we have filled the position from within. A part-time employee expressed an interest. We went through an interview process, and happy to report that we have filled it from within.
Thank you.
Sure.
Is there anyone else? Oh, sorry. Come on.
Mike Agnello, 667 Maeston Street, Washington Township. How's everyone? I'm here just to ask a couple questions. I'm trying to learn a few things with everything going on in town. I just have a few questions. I've been living here for 42 at my present address. I have tried several different projects behind my house, between on the house, on the yard, in the waterway that runs through my yard. And I've dealt with the past administration, which would be Janet, the one before that, which was Rudy, and our present mayor. And every time I've tried to do something in my backyard, I've been told that the DEP controls the waterway behind my house. And my projects have always been prevented. I've now been listening to different meetings in town, and I'm finding out the DEP no longer controls the waterway behind my house. It used to have to do with acreage. Can anybody tell me what's changed and has caused this DEP issue of nothing being done within 200 feet of this waterway? Because I couldn't do anything in my backyard for 42 years. It suddenly has changed, and I just want to know why, and then let me know what I can start doing to that waterway, because it's going to be gone before you know it. That's my question.
I think I can address that, Council President. If that's okay.
Of course.
The area that drains into that, whatever we want to call it, a waterway, was reevaluated, and it found that the number of acres did not meet the requirement for the DEP to control it any longer. I don't know the particulars or anything. That's all at engineer and DEP levels, but it was re-looked at by the DEP, and they determined that not enough acres of water drain into it to be a DEP controlled waterway.
So that 49 and a half, 50 acres, whatever it was, is no longer in town?
I can't get into the particulars because I just don't know them at an engineering level.
Okay,
but let's say it was 50 before, now they deemed it to be 48. Let's say it was 49.
Right. It went from 49 and a half to 48, making it no longer a water.
Whatever that difference is.
But is there any way to find out what changed? Can the mayor and council look into that? Because for 42 years, I couldn't change it. I mean, granted, I also don't have enough influence to get it changed, but I try to get a lot of things done back there, from putting a pipe through my yard and covering it up, doing all these different things. And yet 3 administrations have stopped me. And now there's a project going on, and all of a sudden the waterway is no longer a waterway. I don't have the influence that my neighbor has, but I was just curious what's changed.
I'll find out.
The second thing is that I'd like to know, again, with politics, is if someone applies for something in town and they don't get it, it doesn't get approved, they can just keep applying. And the question I'm asking, I'll give you an example. In 2009, an applicant applied to put a change to 5 homes behind my house from residential to commercial. At that time, the town turned it down. I understand now it's back on the board. What changed from 2009 to now that that property would be considered? If it wasn't considered then, what makes it considerable now? Is that something that we don't know? Or
Would you like me to address that also, then?
Of course, yes.
Okay.
Anything
An
applies.
applicant is free to apply every time they're turned down. They can keep reapplying, as you know, as long as it's on their dime and they want to spend the money to have plans drawn up and like that. So there's no limit on when, you know, how many times they can apply to whatever board they're seeking relief from for a project.
so should this project get turned down again, it could be reapplied for again for the same request. It could just continually. So we'll continue to take the applicant's money and just turn them down all the time, or?
But I think to the mayor's point, you said he can keep tweaking his architectural.
Well, it's still residential to commercial. He didn't change it from residential to multifamily zoning.
But was that why it was denied, because of the change to?
Well, it was changed at the town at that time did not want to go from residential to commercial on that property. So what would make the change?
No, it's whatever the applicant chooses.
All right.
You know,
Two questions we're
it's
not
their
sure.
money if they want to spend it.
All right, so there's two questions we don't know. Third question, the property behind me on the corner where the project's being done for the county roadway. There's a lot of dirt being brought in and mounds of dirt being piled. Again, if I might be wrong, but I think you need permits to move topsoil and soil around. But there isn't a project on that corner yet on those properties. Nothing's been approved. But yet dirt is in there by very large volumes. I'm talking, they've been moving dirt for 3 weeks now, and there's still a mound about 40 feet high. They're changing the elevation of the properties all around us, which is also going to change the water release of the properties. Is there a permitting process on those 5 properties where work is being approved by the town? I know we're doing work to the town, but for residential homes that are residential and have not been agreed upon to be changed to anything, there's a lot of work and bulldozering going on behind my property.
I thought that was because of the
street has nothing.
street, yeah.
It is part of the intersection.
The intersection,
Let me say,
So if there were homeowners living in those 5 homes,
let me finish.
they would have these 200-foot mounds of dirt sitting there?
What happened was, the owner of those properties gave permission to the construction company to store piping on the property. The construction company took it upon themselves without the property owner's knowledge to put dirt there for the intersection project.
But the dirt that's being used has not left the property. It's all been spread through the property. None of it has gone to the street.
That's news to me.
Being retired, I get to watch it. It's wonderful.
That's
It's a
news to
wonderful-
me, so
I've been having a wonderful.
I'll have the engineers. look
Is that
into what
something
they're
maybe we
saying.
could look into and get an answer?
Yes.
That would be great. What else? I have one more question, I think. Okay. Okay. Also, I believe there's ordinances in town that protect neighbors from neighborhoods that are getting run down. I don't think if you lived at your street on, say, Beach Street, your neighbor can't grow their grass 3 feet high. I forgot, I don't know what the ordinance is. When do the properties behind me reach that point? I mean, I've never seen more dilapidated homes, but yet the town is not enforcing any of their ordinances on those homes. What I'm wondering now is the fact that some of those homes now are just 10 feet off Pascack Road.
30 seconds left.
I'm sorry,
30 seconds left.
30
Oh,
seconds?
for the 5-minute time limit.
Oh, I know, but I was clocking the other guys any longer.
Go ahead.
But I figured.
Keep speaking.
Okay, are we doing anything with those homes? Not ignoring the fact that there's anything in place for future reference to the property, but now those homes are 10 feet off Pascack Road. They're no longer meeting the setback requirements of the AA zoning that fits the neighborhood. They're also condemned homes. Is the township going to do anything to those homes, ignoring what's going on now? We're not going to wait for terminations, whatever. Are they coming down?
I think I have to defer to the attorney on that one, since part of the eminent domain did cut back on the setbacks. And so I don't know if you have an answer, or if you need time to research that.
I don't have an immediate answer.
Answer one question.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
It just means you're asking good questions. We're gonna look into it for sure and get back to you. I mean, these are
Yeah.
on the spot answers. We can't,
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Pollard, you can finish, sorry.
Well, I'm just saying, it's a question I would take a look at. These are, I don't know what the status is in terms of, what code officials have done so far. I mean, hearing about it, what's going to happen with the buildings today. So I have to take a look and see what the story is, in terms of code officials, where we are in the construction, where approvals are, and so forth. So if you think I'm prepared to answer that on 1 second question, not going to happen.
Okay. And my last question. The mayor and council, I believe, are supposed to be supporting the town residents. I believe. I know that the zoning board works independent of themselves on their own thing, and you guys are the politicians. If no one in the neighborhood, if no one on Bison Street, nobody on Jefferson and all the streets over there, and I tell you, I'm ready to go out and get the petition for you. There isn't a person within a quarter mile of that property is in favor of anything being done to that property other than residential. Why haven't we heard from the town politicians supporting the people in town? Are you allowed to speak up and say, well, our residents don't want it, so we don't want it, or you're not allowed to say that?
No, they're not allowed to say it. They're not allowed to say it.
Oh, damn.
They're not allowed to say it.
I had that feeling. All right. I guess I'll just wish I lived in Hudson County.
I guess I'll just wish I lived in Hudson County. Is there anyone else that would like to come up before we go into the rest of? Come on up.
Oh, excuse me. 423 Colonial Boulevard. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to talk about abandoned property. I'll take this off. Abandoned property. Now, there's a state law that is defined as any property that has not been legally occupied for a period of time. Such homes must also be in need of rehabilitation or determined by a public officer to be a public nuisance. Now, for years, Mr. Corrales has raised the land 3 feet, killed the trees, dumped ashes and whatever, dirt into the waterway, C1 waterway. And nobody does anything to him. These houses should have been gone years ago. Why weren't they taken as eminent domain? Is it because Mr. Pollard says eminent domain for everybody else and not for him? What kind of a hold does this man have on this that he gets carte blanche for everything? He builds the seasons, parking space. The zoning board just gave him whatever he wanted. He was here, there, and everywhere. And now, after the CVS that Grace Hogan, and Linda Murphy went down to Trenton because nobody on the council then, Mr. Calamari is on the council, went to Trenton to fight for the town and the waterway. Now, the DPA said that when we went down, they cannot do anything on that property. I got all the paperwork with me. What made it change? As the chairman said, somebody's got their hands under the table. All of a sudden, I can see the county rebuilding the area because you need it. But this man has got away with everything. He has bought houses on Meister Street. He wants to build. He has bought houses on Washington Avenue, the same area where Seasons is. He wants to buy all that He wants to put a hotel over there. I got it through the telephone. People call me up, they think I'm you, Mr. Calamari. I tell them, call the mayor. I'm not the mayor. Now, Mr. Parler, you should have told the town, take that land, but you didn't. Why? I don't know. But when you get up to heaven and St. Peter's at the gate, he's going to say, no, you can't come on in because you didn't do the right thing down in Washington Township, even if you have Easy Pass.
Come up.
That's it.
Anthony Udina, 876 Ridgewood Boulevard East. This might be a question for Mr. Poller. After tonight's closed session, are you going to be going back into open session?
Not anticipating, no.
Did he say no? I didn't hear.
He said we're not anticipating, no.
Okay, that's all I asked. Thanks.
Rosa, I just have a comment. I know you're
Passionate, I can hear that. Definitely can hear that. Not all things, one person is not responsible for everything. I just want to say that. So, you know, as much as I can appreciate your point of view and a lot of what you said, I do agree. I think it's a horror show over there, but we all see that. And it's not Mr. Poller. He doesn't own that. That's not his doing. And it won't be his undoing of that area either. Collectively, you know, it's going to get fixed at some point. We all agree that it needs to come down. Those houses need to come down. If it was in my backyard, I'd be up here as well. But I just don't want to point fingers and leave it with Mr. Pollard did something. So hopefully you're still getting into the gates of heaven, and you don't need your easy pass. But misdirected anger, but I get it. No, not right now. We're not going to rebuttal. All right. Is there anyone else that would like to come up? Oh, Miss, I thought you came up already, right? Okay. Anyone else? I thought Miss Lipnick had her hand up. Okay. If no one else has their hand up.
Do I come back next month to get answers?
Oh, you're going to be reached out to.
My first meeting.
Oh. All right. Well, yes, it's your first meeting because you would know you can't yell from the seats, but that's okay. It's all right. I'll let you pass. I will give you an easy pass on that one. Just to answer, you don't have to wait till next month. We will be in touch with you. Yeah. Okay. If there's no one else that wants to come up, anyone else from the council or anything? Okay. We're going to move on to, I have to close. Yeah, close. Motion to close. Okay. Sue, roll call.
Is this all in favor?
Oh, all in favor? Aye. Okay. We're going to go into the report of mayor. Yes, please.
Good evening, everyone, again. Police Department news. Ian O'Hanlon, previously a SLEO 2, has been appointed as a full-time police officer. The command staff officers attended a budgeting and financial administration class hosted by the New Jersey State Association of Chiefs of Police. A majority of the department attended the PBA Local 206 Awards dinner. The following awards were issued. Corporal Ferrarini, Exceptional Duty Award. Corporal Cangelosi and Councilwoman Velez, Community Service Awards. Patrol Officer Kenny, Apprehension Award. Patrol Officer Ozenbrook and Patrol Officer Sinatra, Critical Care Life Saving Award. Sergeant Parcells, Police Officer Ozenbrook, Police Officer Sinatra, and Dispatcher Bilius, Critical Care Life Saving Award. As always, the department asked me to remind everyone to lock their cars and remove the key fobs from their cars. Recreation news. We have a very good enrollment for the 2022-2023 basketball season. The travel basketball teams have been selected for the season. The program is still in need of additional coaches. If you are interested in helping, Please contact Dan Scuderi for more details. A background check will be required for all volunteers aged 18 or older. Public affairs news. Although I'm sure Daisy will cover this in her report, I just have to mention the following. On Friday night, we had our annual tree lighting ceremony. It was great to see so many people turn out for the event. I want to thank all the people and organizations who participated in the event for making it the success it is year after year. Many people at the event told me that they are so happy these events take place to bring all ages of the community together. And Santa asked me to tell the taxpayers how happy he is that we upgraded his ride to the ceremony by getting a new ladder truck. He looks forward to using it again soon for his annual ride around town in the next few weeks. Fire department news. The department held its annual elections for officers. I am happy to report Chief Guger, Department Chief Myros, Battalion Chief Aiello, Captain Campo, Lieutenant Meyer, Lieutenant Stutzer, and Lieutenant Mahoney were all reelected to their offices. Lieutenant Mandano stepped down from the office. I thank him for his service to the office. Ex-Chief Incetta stepped up to fill the open lieutenant spot. New emergency services building news. The old building has been turned over to the contractor for demolition. Unfortunately, they are still waiting on utilities to disconnect their services to the building before it can be demolished. As shown from the poster on the easel, the project is well within the budgeted amount funded by various councils and is projected to remain that way through project completion. DPW news. This month's report focuses on leaf removal. Town parks and properties have been cleared multiple times. This season to date, approximately 2,400 cubic yards of leaves have been collected. The department is using 3 front-end loaders with 4 sanitation trucks rotating with the crews. The leaf vac is mostly being used on the county roads, but also assists the loader crews at times on the side roads. The practice of storing leaves in the parking lot of Sherry Field has ended. We thank the council for funding our recommendations for both equipment and staffing to get us to this point. DPW facility news. I appreciate John and Anthony attending tonight's meeting to give the council an opportunity to have a dialogue with them to keep this especially important project moving forward. Our DPW deserves a permanent home as soon as possible. Intersection news. The contractor is continuing work while also waiting for some of the utility companies to remove their lines from the poles. The revised completion date is now spring of 2023. Please check the town website and Facebook page for daily updates regarding detours. Library news. The library continues to rebound from COVID changes and sees more and more patrons returning to the library every week. Story times, craft programs, and special events are often reaching capacity. Special events in December included the return of the pre-tree lighting festival, which featured Miss Fran's musical talents, photo props, and lots of fun crafts and activities. For adults, Bad Christmas Movie Bingo will be held tomorrow, 12/6 at 6 p.m. A fun time is guaranteed to help you get in the holiday spirit. Please register in advance. Municipal Alliance news. 2 programs covered by the Division of Mental Health and Addiction Services grant have been completed. Too Smart to Start was held for 5th graders at Washington Elementary School. This program was designed by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration and addresses underage drinking and drug use. Rising Over the Vapor was an assembly at the high school that discussed the dangers and health consequences of vaping. I'm pleased to report that our grant writer recently procured 2 grants for the town. One is the American Rescue Plan COVID-19 Assistance to Firefighters Grant in the amount of $13,100. We have been informed by the State of New Jersey Department of Transportation that the town will be receiving funding from their fiscal year 2023 municipal aid program for a section of Beach Street in the amount of $157,970. As part of the department's commitment to communities, New Jersey DOT provides statewide assistance for local governments for improvements to and the preservation of local transportation network. This network makes up about 90% of New Jersey's roadways. This successful completion of this project will help achieve their goal. The ADA improvements at Cherry Field have been completed. Stormwater management news. I'm happy to share that we are continuing to explore opportunities to address stormwater issues within the township. To that end, we have moved forward by commissioning a drone to collect data for the entire length of the Musquaxing Brook within the township borders. This study is another step to further assist us in identifying issues with stormwater management. I am also happy to report that this drone project is being paid for with funds received from the American Rescue Plan Act and not directly with taxpayer money. Stormwater projects are an approved use for these funds. I look forward to reviewing the results with our town engineer and will provide an update after the data has been analyzed. Thank you. Thank you, Desiree.
Thank you. Okay, report of council. We're gonna go to Councilman Casio.
Thank you, Madam President. Let's see, news. Myself, Ms. Bukowski, Ms. Over there, Daisy, and Tom went down to Atlantic City for the League of Municipality Conference. We learned a lot of good things. We attended some good meetings. Sue and I attended a meeting, or actually a class on Oprah, right? There was also one on Open Public Meetings Act, which was very interesting and informative, which I think there's a lot of questions that we have here on the dais, and a lot of citizens have about what they can request, what they can't request. It was very informative. There's some things that we can do and not do on the dais. There was also numerous vendors, which gave us a good insight of what's available to our town. And there's two things that really interest me that I really liked, and I'm going to share it with the rest of the council. There's one vendor that does, and it's appropriate for tonight, about vacant property registration ordinances. Okay, here's a group of attorneys, and there's several different groups out there that actually that's all they do. They help towns with their vacant properties, organize ordinances, and they actually go out and collect on our behalf any fees that are required. It doesn't cost the town anything. So we always need help with that, right, Tom? There's a lot of those, what they call zombie houses. So I'm gonna give that to Sue. If you can make a copy of that, Sue, for the rest of the clan. Appreciate it. And then the other one that I thought was really, really interesting for the taxpayer, there's a program out just like we have, you have a credit card that you get credit for. This one you use in local businesses, and local, what I mean is in the Pascack Valley or surrounding towns. And when you visit these merchants that participate, you actually get a credit on your tax bill. So you're actually bringing your tax bill down, you know, just like you do on like a Discover card or something like that, which I thought was really, really interesting. Anytime I can help the taxpayers out with lessen the burden, I think it's really important that we do that. So those are two things that I picked up. So I'll give that to you as well. You can make copies for the rest of the council. And again, we're trying to keep your taxes as low as possible, but give you the services that you deserve. But every time I go down, I've been going down to Atlantic City for the last 9 years. There's always something new to learn. Things are changing constantly in government. You think you know it, and then they turn around, you don't know anything. You realize after a while. But that's what I picked up this past month. I want to wish everyone a happy holiday. Please be safe out there. Be conscious of your fellow neighbor, and just be safe and happy.
Thank you.
Ms. Morgan.
Thank
Appreciate
you. Councilwoman Feeney?
Yes, I hope everybody had a nice Thanksgiving. Unfortunately, I was not able to make the tree lighting this week. We actually were on vacation with my family. So I heard it was wonderful and everybody had a really great time. We'll definitely put it on the calendar and make sure I don't miss it for next year. I'm happy to report that during this Thanksgiving season, we delivered 52 meals to residents in town. And I think That's it was a great service. We had a lot of volunteers, a lot of young people that came out, and new families that we saw who were volunteering and helping. It was a great event. I want to thank personally Schreiber's in Oradell for giving us a phenomenal price on the meals. I received several calls from residents who said the food was wonderful and they got so much that they had enough food for 2 days. So I'm very happy to hear that. I want to thank the mayor, Councilman Velez, Councilman Sears for being there that day and helping us deliver, along with Gina DeVirgilio and Heather Henry for definitely helping with the artwork and the flyer. I want to also personally thank Greg Giordano, who stepped up to basically co-chair this with me, and he's going to be working with this on a regular basis. So thank you so much, and thank you to all the families who donated. Your donations fed 52 meals this Thanksgiving. We are continuing the program for Christmas, the Christmas season, all the holidays around Christmas or the holiday season. If you would still like to donate, please send me an email. We are looking for alternatives. I know some people weren't. We are using Community Pass to donate meals this season. If you would like to donate it and do not want to use Community Pass, please give me a call or send me an email. I'm still looking for volunteers for meal delivery for Christmas, and I will be setting up a link to sign up. Then in the future, a few residents tactfully inquired about continuing the program throughout the year, so I am working on putting a plan together for that. But I want to say thank you again to the people who donated and to the volunteers. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sears?
Thank you, Council President. I really would like to reach out and thank every member of the Green Team that put in so much work this year. Not only Rick, Patty, Lori Ann, the mayor, Dan, but the scouts, the Cub Scouts, the teenagers, the parents. They did an outstanding job in cleaning up Lincoln Park, the brook, did some planting. This week, tomorrow, the state is recognizing Washington Township as the gold standard winner for safety in our community, along with Washington Township, Washington School, and George School has also been recognized as a gold standard for safety. We will have our plaques handed out tomorrow. Hope to have them for the 19th meeting, but a lot of work has gone into doing our safety program. The police, Sergeant Glock, everybody has contributed within the community for us to win the 2022 Safety Award, gold standard for safety in Washington Township. And also I want to jump on Councilman Cassio's trip down in Atlantic City. I have spent many times talking to a lot of vendors. One that really has struck me the most, her name is Marlene Sanders. She's from a company called Imogen. We are in the midst of a fentanyl crisis. We are 107,000 deaths already and over 200,000 overdoses. Working with Marlene this week, we set up a program where they will supply Narcan to each police, fire, and ambulance corps for free within Washington Township. I set up the base. Mark, put you as the contact. I know you wanted to have that. So I will sit down with you the rest of the week. We need to give them the person for the police, the fire department, and the ambulance, and they will supply us with all of our Narcan free of charge. It's a crisis, and any way we can help to save a life, and it's free, it's for me. Also, we have a health fair coming up on April the 15th. And during my visit down in Atlantic City for the league, I have signed up 4 hospitals and 7 medical units to come to our fair. And each one is given a specialized treatment, which I'm sure Council President Desiree would be happy about that. So that's all I have for tonight. It's a late night. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Velez?
Thank you. So this November, we started our month with the Veterans Day ceremony, which is held at the library. I want to thank Post Commander Jessica Siganolfi for leading this year's event to honor our veterans. So a special thank you to our veterans for keeping our country and our families safe each and every day. I also had the pleasure of attending the New Jersey League of Municipalities for the first time. Thank you, Sue, for putting that all together and answering my billion questions. It was a great networking opportunity. I was able to meet a bunch of different vendors. I took back a lot of great ideas for our swim club in terms of a dog park, a bocce ball court, pickleball, walking paths. So I know Mr. Mayor and Mr. DiCarlo, we are working on ideas for that. So, you know, I do have a bunch of pamphlets that we could take a look at. Somebody that I also met down at the leagues was a cybersecurity company. And in our packet, I happened to notice that in our best practices inventory that was submitted in October, while we did, it appears to me that we scored well, in one of the scorings, which had to do with cybersecurity, we did not get any points. So maybe I'm reading this incorrectly, but the fact that I spoke to somebody down there regarding cybersecurity, I thought maybe we can take a look at that, because as we move into the more digital world, we definitely need to make sure we are protected with everybody's privacy. And the meals for seniors, thank you, Councilwoman, Council Vice President Feeney, and all the volunteers who organized the holiday meals. I was happy to be a part of it with my daughters. We participated in the delivery of the meals once again this year, and I always find it rewarding to not only be a part of that for myself, but also share that with my daughters so they could see that giving back to the community is incredibly important to just servicing people, right? That's what we're here to do. So thank you for organizing that, not just you, Councilwoman Feeney, but also all the volunteers behind the scenes. I know it takes a lot of work to organize all that. As the mayor said in the report, on Friday, we had our tree lighting ceremony. It was a beautiful night. We had great weather. Thank you to all of those who attended. A big thank you to our sponsors, our vendors, our emergency services, our amazing volunteers. There were a few hiccups along the way, including our Christmas tree, who had a couple of bulbs that were not working. So a big thank you to JVS Christmas and Event Lighting for fixing our tree with short notice, and which allowed us to have a beautiful lighting that evening. A big thank you to the committee who, met us. We had meetings, all month long, especially with the overlap of Town Day. So thank you to the tree lighting committee. You guys always rock and you're always there for everything. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being incredibly supportive of all our events, not just the tree lighting. And it was very nice to have you this year, Mr. DiCarlo, join us at the tree lighting ceremony. So thank you for your support as well. A couple of pieces, our holiday home decorating showcase, as Council President Morgan stated, the deadline is at 6 p.m. on Thursday, December 15th. I know there's been a little bit of a date confusion. or some areas it says the 16th, but I'm telling you here, it's Thursday, December 15th, 6 p.m. Please submit your home. I've driven by a few homes who just look absolutely amazing, and your submission helps create our map so that all our residents could visit in person. Our menorah lighting will be held on Sunday, December 18th at 6 p.m. at Town Hall on the Pascack side. Thank you to Valley Shabbat for being a part of our ceremony this year. We will be offering light refreshments following the lighting in the senior center. All are welcome to attend, but I hope to see everybody there. And then last but not least, as Councilman Sears stated, on April 15th, we will be having the health fair as well as the 5K race. We've been in contact with some timing companies. We are in absolute need of volunteers to make the event happen. You do not need any running experience to be a part of the committee. We just need great ideas and, happy-go-lucky people to see it through. So please feel free to reach out to me at my email. Again, no running experience necessary, just volunteers with smiles and a cheering spirit. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and mine will be short. I was not here for the last two meetings, so I will keep it short. I just want to say I appreciate how much good we are doing in town, that being the food donations to the seniors and basically anybody who's in need. So I appreciate that Council Vice President Feeney has really taken off with that. The tree lighting and all of the public affairs that continue in the activities, the green team that Mr. Sears does, and now extending it out to the health and wellness and the 5K. All of these things, yes, you guys are the lead, and I appreciate that. However, none of this is possible without the residents. So residents donating their money, their time, making it happen. So really, I'm super grateful to be living in this town, to be part of this town and raise my children, my family here among people who volunteer and honestly make this town what it is. Councilman Cascio, thank you for bringing back resources from the League of Municipality. Everything you do, you're always willing to share with us and better us, and I appreciate that. As with the rec program, we've developed future volunteers who will, in no doubt in my mind, that they've already reached out for references for the next possible thing that they can do, or their hands in on something else. So we are creating a true, I think, a league of volunteers on our own that are starting at a very young age, and some of it is from bringing our children to those opportunities. So I just want to say, I'm super grateful. I think that we are in a good place in our town. We have some of the most generous residents, and that is what makes our town so special. So I appreciate all of what you guys have done all year. And the residents, as we're looking toward a new year, I'm hopeful that we can get even more volunteers. Children, children involved, get them involved. There's so much opportunity for volunteering. Mr. DiCarlo, I just want to say, again, thank you so much for keeping us abreast on everything before the meeting. We always are very fully aware of what you've been doing behind the scenes, and you've been closing the loop. So I'm very appreciative of that. So I guess that is it. I don't have anything to report that I've been working on right now as of yet. As soon as I have closed the loop on some things, I will give my report. Okay. We're going to move to. Okay.
All the way down here.
Oh yeah, we're all over on this. Ordinances, adoption, second reading. Okay. Ordinance number 22-22, bond ordinance appropriating $875,000 and authorizing the issuance of $833,000 bonds or notes of the township for various improvements or purposes authorized to be undertaken by the Township of Washington and the County of Bergen, New Jersey. Motion to adopt ordinance number 22-22 at second reading by title.
So moved. Second.
Sue, roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Abstain.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President Morgan.
Yes. Introduction, first reading, ordinance number 22-25. An ordinance amending the towing and storage of vehicles ordinance with respect to municipal vehicles. Motion to introduce and pass ordinance number 22-25 at first reading by title. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Sue, roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President Morgan.
Yes. Resolution number 22-377, authorizing publication of ordinance number 22-25 and schedule public hearing. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Sue, roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President Morgan.
Yes. Ordinance number 22-26, an ordinance addressing certain signage requirements within the Class C district of the Township of Washington. Motion to introduce and pass ordinance number 22-26 at first reading by
So
title.
moved.
Second.
Okay, Sue, roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President Morgan.
Yes. Resolution number 22-378, authorizing publication of ordinance number 22-26 and schedule public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Casio? Sue, roll call.
It's okay.
Don't, you don't have to work, but.
There you go. Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President Morgan.
Yeah. Ordinance number 22-27, an ordinance changing the fee for the men's softball program within the township recreation programs. Motion to introduce and pass ordinance number 22-27 at first reading by title. May I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second. Sue, roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
No.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President Morgan.
Yes. Resolution number 22-390, authorizing publication of ordinance number 22-27 and schedule public hearing. May I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second. Oh. I'll second. Sue, roll call, please.
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President Morgan.
Yes. Resolutions, consent agenda. The following items have been determined to have the unanimous consent of council and will be enacted in one motion. Should any item require independent consideration, any council member may have such item removed from the consent agenda. Does anyone have any resolutions that are going to be removed right now for discussion?
I have a question for Mr. Pollard,
On which one?
for resolution 22-379.
Oh, the first one. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
And I have 22-388.
Same.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Resolution number 22-380. Resolution number 22-381. Resolution number 22-382. Resolution number 22-383. Right, we were doing that. We were just going through last one. Resolution number 22-384. Resolution number 22-385. Resolution number 22-386. Resolution number 22-387. Resolution number 22-391, and resolution number 22-392. Motion to approve consent agenda resolution.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, resolution number 22-379.
Have a motion? We can discuss.
Oh, I'm sorry, motion to discuss resolution number
So moved.
22-379.
Second.
Okay.
I just had a question for Mr. Pollard. I am on that bill list, so should I just recuse myself?
Yeah, you can't vote to get yourself paid, so yes, I think you should. recuse yourself. And also, I was going to bring this up. The sound is not so good. Back on the original ordinance, that bond ordinance, the one where Councilman Sears abstained, is that the one where he recused as opposed to abstained? I think he probably meant, it just wasn't clear what he did, what he said to me. So,
Abstain.
okay, so could you do that? Could you correct that to recuse? Is that correct, Councilman Sears?
That is correct.
Yeah, okay, I thought so. I thought, because that was a couple of weeks ago, I remember. I couldn't hear too well. But yes, unless the only way you could do the other thing is take that bill off, and then you could vote on the whole thing and then include the bill on the next, on its own resolution by itself.
Okay, so we have to remove,
Well, let me say this, if you have
Remove Daisy's bill.
yeah, say it again, Mr. Pollard.
Yeah, okay, so if you leave it on, she has to recuse herself.
Okay.
If you have 3 votes and she recuses herself, it's going to pass, and that's fine. If you didn't have 3 votes, then I would recommend that the bill be removed from the list. Let there be a vote on the entire list, and then do a special resolution just for that bill, at which time Councilwoman Velez would recuse herself again. Hope you understood that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we have the 3 votes. She's just gonna recuse herself.
That's fine.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. And then,
388.
resolution number 22-388.
Yes, thank you. Maybe Mr. DiCarlo can point this out to me. It says change order number 12.
You need to do roll call on the other one.
Oh, okay.
We need to vote on that one, don't we?
Let's vote on
We have
the,
to vote on 22.
let's vote on the bill list.
No, yeah, okay, so, okay, motion to approve.
I think we did that. I think we're
The
just,
motion, we just have to do roll call.
Okay, so resolution number 22-379, so roll call. Okay,
Councilman Cassia.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney.
yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
I recuse myself.
And Council President Morgan.
yes,
Thank you.
okay.
What's the next one? I'm sorry, I missed the number on the next one that got pulled.
22-388.
Okay, thank you.
So, yes.
So
Okay, I'll say, okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. Okay, all in favor, right?
No,
No, and after she discusses it, okay. So who opened this?
I did.
You did, okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm sorry. Mr. DiCarlo. It says asbestos removal. I'm just trying to get my thought. This is change order number 12. Is that correct? And we're adding an extra $60,000. And will be increased change order amount for another set of asbestos tiles in the firehouse. Is that why it's being delayed coming down, besides public service just disconnected the power and everything the other day?
So I think initially the discovery of the asbestos was delaying it. However, the most significant delay as of late has been due to the utility shutoffs and you're submitting their letters.
Okay. So the extra 60,000 change order is to remove extra asbestos. Is that correct?
Understand it correctly myself and trying to explain.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of confused on.
So it may be the mayor to correct me. I don't want to misstate anything, but asbestos was initially remedied in its first time it was, discovered it was remedied. They then found a second, location. Before we could have that remedy, it was discovered that there was, a large amount of asbestos. So the smaller bill for $13,000, Then there was the larger bill for 47,000, which it was totaling 60,000 and change. The decision was made to take it down, take the building down in an appropriate way to contain the asbestos all at once, and then remove it to a hazardous location or site where it can be, gone through and disposed of correctly. That's how I understood the process.
All right, because it was kind of confused. I was looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. I'm good with it.
My question is it's not so much about the change order itself, but my question is, and I'll ask Sue because she has a great memory. Did we do resolutions for change orders 1 through 11?
I would have to go back and look to verify.
I don't believe so.
I need to go back and I would rather verify.
So that's my question. I have no problem with it right now, but if so, you can just go back and verify that there was resolutions for change orders 1 through 11, I would greatly appreciate it. Because again, any change order should come through the council and has to be approved by the council for that to be given. So again, I don't recall, my memory's not as good as Sue's, so if you can look that up for me. I would
Can I ask
greatly
you a
appreciate it.
On this one?
Yeah, in general,
Okay.
when it comes to change orders, is there a threshold for we
No.
do not need to approve?
No threshold, any change order.
Okay.
Okay.
Changing the bill,
Mhm.
whether it's an increase or a decrease, so a change.
So whether it was $5,
$5, $2, 2 cents.
okay.
50 cents. 50 cents.
Okay. Roll call.
Councilman Cassio,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President Morgan.
Yes. Okay. So we're gonna adjourn to conference agenda. Yeah,
So
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Sure.
I appreciate that.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Yep.
So we're going to conference agenda, right?
Yes, please. And Stacy, can you hear us okay? Okay, good.
We ready? We're back? Okay. So we're gonna move to current business. DP, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. I mean, in light of the architect being here, answering questions from both the public and the council, we had John Yakimic here also. No one had any questions for him. The administration now needs direction. Is everyone taking it to the next step, which Ken, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Well, I mean, not even what would be the next step in moving this forward, Ken?
Well, if the council is in favor of moving forward with the plan, you'd ask the architect to move ahead with his, because he said he didn't do any full drawings. It was just this is the preliminary, and he would go ahead with the next phase from his point of view, right?
Okay. All right, so is the council in agreement to take it to that next level?
Yes.
Good, okay. Thank you.
Is that a collective yes?
Yeah, that's the yes. You want to do a roll call, yes?
I think you should do. I think you should do a roll call. Yes.
Okay. Ken is saying a roll call yes.
Okay.
So you want a motion, Ken, and a
Yeah.
second?
I'll make a motion.
There you go.
Motion to move it forward. to the
Motion
next
move
step.
the planning for the DPW building forward.
Second.
Okay, so roll call.
Okay. Councilman Cassio,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney.
You're on mute.
Oh, Stacy, you're on mute.
Yes.
Okay, Councilman Sears
Yes.
and Councilwoman Velez
Yes.
and Council President Morgan.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Okay, and then best practice survey, Mr. DiCarlo.
This is very quickly, our CFO completed this by its deadline back in November. As you can see in the packet, a score of 24 or above, there's no aid withholding. And we received a score of 30, which was excellent. And also through your packet, you can kind of just see the best practices inventory questions and the following topics that were asked. I think it's a total of 50 some questions.
Great.
Glad to see the score of 30. That's great.
Councilwoman Velez.
No, I just wanted to, I had a question on that one question 16 and 17, where it talks about cybersecurity. What do we have in place for that, if we're allowed to mention it publicly?
I don't know that you really should be talking about cybersecurity, what protections you have publicly. Tell you the truth, that's a pretty dicey subject.
Kind of ruins it.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. If you like to get more information.
I think that would be a closed session item for sure. It's definitely a security issue.
Okay, just because we didn't receive points there. So,
And I have a question. On the ones that we didn't score well on, are we taking proactive steps? Is the administration taking proactive steps to do
Create
better?
a cap,
I was certainly looking.
Okay.
like a corrective action plan or something.
Mhm.
Okay.
In the past, we were way below the threshold. We always got hit with a few not full funding in the past.
yeah, our scores, I'm happy with her.
How often do we get surveyed?
every year.
Oh, so has it been going up? Has it remained the
It's been
same?
going up.
Okay.
It's gone up significantly, and I think that's attributed to the administration. That's a great job.
Excellent.
Always
Okay,
a team
good.
effort.
And one more question. For question number 37, it is a best practice. Perhaps it's about the anti-nepotism policy. I thought we did have something for anti-nepotism.
We do it.
So we didn't receive any points there. Or 37.
They should be sent the ordinance. She's right.
I'll check into that.
We'll take all the points we can get. Thank you.
Mark, do you go through this or who goes through this for us?
Our CFO.
CFO?
Yeah, he's completely with the help of other professionals.
Good catch. Okay, and then revaluation. Also, Mr. DeCarlo.
I go easy on this one.
Mark, you don't understand it?
Understand it all too well.
A little both with the,
Okay,
with maybe any tomatoes that might be from.
gotcha.
Our tax assessor had brought this topic up to the mayor and I a few weeks ago, in which we've been working to put together all the supportive information to bring it to your attention. Again, this is our opinion of our professional, are due for a reassessment or revaluation. So the one of the things probably to firstly address that I don't necessarily can support other than the.
Why is that happening? Can you continue?
Yeah, oh, yes, we do.
Other than the information that was provided by our tax assessor. But as you can see in the one email that was forwarded, she wrote, as a result of 2014 reval, approximately 52% residential property owners had a reduction in their tax bill. Revaluation prior to 2014 was in 2006. Time goes on, the lack of uniformity continues to exist. There tends to be a greater tax shift. So I think one of the greatest misconceptions is that when there is reevaluation or reassessment of some sort, that everyone's taxes are going to go up.
Well, can you just make sure you talk louder, because we're saying that the feedback has not been good from the break.
She's just providing information, statistical information based on our 2014 revaluation, that 52% of the residents actually saw a reduction, which would be contrary to what most, understandably people would think. As you go to the next document, it's just a list of 2023 Bergen County municipalities that are choosing to do the 5-year reassessment option. From there is a letter authored by Ms. Holberg and dated November 21st. Just kind of explains that, I don't know if predicament is a fair word to use, but right, for the tax year of 2023, we are at a ratio of 77.94%. To just, and then she just lists the years from 14 down to 23, how we've been steadily declining in that ratio. She provides an example, down in that third paragraph there. The documents afterwards just explain our options for revaluation, a complete reassessment, and a complete reassessment followed by 4-year yearly reassessment. And if we go back a few pages to where I provided the list of Bergen County municipalities, this is the option that she's referring to. It's just option 3 on that form with a complete reassessment followed by 4-year yearly assessment. The associated costs are a fair estimate that were prepared by our tax assessor. if you go to option one, the revaluation, there's also an additional cost for the tax maps, which I don't have a number off the top of my head other than, in just a very informal conversation with our tax assessor, could be in the range of $100,000.
And this would start, when would the reevaluation process start?
It would start in 2023 to be implemented for 2024. That's how I understood it.
Does it for the entire, is there a certain time frame, like it's in a quarter, or she does it over a whole year, or what's the company that we bring in, excuse me, how long does it usually take? Do we know?
No, I'm sorry. I can certainly find out the answer. Just in speaking with her, it sounds like it's going to take a majority of the year 2023. So we're ready for the first tax bill of 2024.
And she's recommending an overall assessment and then follow-ups over a 4-year period.
That's her recommendation, yes.
In your opinion, in the mayor's opinion, what would, I'm sure you've discussed this, what is your recommendation?
Based on my limited expertise with the tax assessment, I'm more than willing to take the recommendation of our professional. She did meet with me and the mayor and explain the difference of the three, enough for me to understand, but to understand it to the point to explain it to the council, at this point. But the revaluation would be done in 1 year, where the reassessment option number 3 would be done over the course of several years, which again, I can just read this real quick. I think it would assist us in, achieving that 100% market value for all assessed values in the township, as kind of like, I guess, a running project, if for a lack of a better terms.
I mean, I guess, from my experience, I don't know, Mr. Mayor, most towns do it. It's a one-time, it's the one period. It's not over a course of 4 years. I understand she's trying to get us up to 100%, but I think there's also, how much more does it cost to do that? Is it $100,000 every year? Is it a flat contract base that they have to finish the job for the $100,000? That's what I would like to know. Like, how does it work if it's multi-year?
I agree, and I'm not always a fan of what I'm about to say, but the list provided probably has about 25 towns on it. I don't want to say, that they're all right necessarily, but they know something that we do not yet know or understand. This is just a preliminary to let the council know that, this will be a budget impact next year. We'll have her in at budget time to answer all the questions.
Yeah, I see that she's doing the 5-year assessment plan, but again, I'd like to look at the cost overall for what each suggestion would cost us long-term versus the benefit of the tax, benefit to the town, to see if there's like a net effect.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Thank you. We'll play devil's advocate here. Does it make sense in this environment, financial environment that we are going through now, to bring a evaluation of property to the citizens of this town, knowing that everybody is struggling, everybody is trying to get another job, and I'm looking at these towns, they're nowhere close to Washington Township. Most of them got big parks and industrial. Aren't there other ways that we could look to save money? Maybe go back 5 years, see who put out a building permit, and have the tax assessor check to see if that property was evaluated. Maybe we need to reduce the budget by 10%, but to come back and tell the citizens, oh, we're going to reevaluate you when your 401k is down to 2. You don't know if you're going to buy gas or you're going to buy a quart of milk. And to bring this up at this time, I think it's ridiculous. I understand from that we should evaluate property for the best dollar, but this is not the time to bring this to this community with this financial burden on every citizen. And I think it's off the wall, and we need to look at a different way to generate revenue. I know for a fact that there's building permits that are sitting out there for years. Has any evaluation been done on these buildings? People have let it go back to 2006 and look at every building permit and say, oh, did I go out and charge you your taxes? But to drop this on the community now in this environment is definitely the wrong direction that we should not be going in. And that's all I have to say about this, but really consider it's not a smart move, not at this time, not for the citizens. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
When would this be effective for?
Go ahead, Mr. DeCarlo.
Of course, I just want to reiterate that I have no personal or political opinion on whether there should be an assessment or not. I just want to bring forth.
Did I say you had a personal or?
No. I'm just stating that before I give my response to you, because I'm not arguing for it or not. I'm just bringing forward the information from our professionals.
That's fine.
And I just wanted to let you know that our building department did work with our tax collector and tax assessor recently over the last 2 months to create a list of properties that were not assessed, and that's already been done and completed. The other thing is, in light of our tax assessor's information, that 52% of people's taxes went down in 2014. Again, I don't like to regurgitate information I can't necessarily argue or support, but she also said it's not a revenue increaser, that we essentially be collecting the same amount of taxes that are needed, because there's a potential for the tax rate to go down.
Yes, but when you say evaluation, everybody with a clear mind knows your taxes are going to go up. I have yet to see an evaluation, except if you appeal it, your taxes go down. And can we afford several hundred people to appeal their increase in taxes? That's a bigger burden on the community. Maybe we could hold off on this until we get a clear direction on how the economy is going. But right now, if you got the choice between milk, bread, or increasing your taxes, we really need to think about this hard. I commend the new tax assessor for bringing this out, but sometimes logic says, let's hold off. And if the state wants it, let the state push us. But we have to think about the citizens of this town. Thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting you, Mr. DeCarlo.
Well, Tom, I'm happy to hear you put it that way. However, she's just doing her job, and then it's the council and administration's job to decide whether to fund it or not. So
yes, like I said.
Does anyone have any questions on it? Are you ready to?
And like I said, we'll bring her back at budget time, but this was just a preliminary to let the council know.
Okay.
It's going to be on the table.
I'm kind of leaning toward Councilman Sears's viewpoint right now. But okay, so there's no, we don't have to decide right now.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. Ordinances and legislation, tree trust fund, Mr. Poller.
Yes, those two items are together, the tree trust fund and the chapter 159. So a while back, there was the direction to create a fund for monies to go into to fund the replanting of trees in situations where in developments they could not put in the number of trees that were required as required by the planning board. And it was being done, I think, on an ad hoc basis, that the planning board would require X dollars to be put up. I think it was $350. I know it's $350 a tree for trees that couldn't be planted. So the approach to this was, rather than to do it on an ad hoc basis, was to formalize it and create a fund for it, and also to empower give a little more direction to the boards on creating this alternative to planting trees if they couldn't plant trees. So the way the ordinance is, that we do have an ordinance, and I tried to put the changes that I did in yellow or bold or whatever, however they came out. I'm not sure on your printouts. But the first thing was that I made it applicable to both boards because both boards do deal with trees. It's not just the planning board. So I wanted to make sure that was done. The other part was that the 350 should be available for the 2-for-1 trees on a particular site, or if they could not locate trees and have trees replanted according to that section C, which was at the location where the tree was removed, or to the building lot itself, or within the development. And number 4 was somewhere elsewhere in the township. There is apparently right now some money on deposit. I asked the finance department to let me know that I don't remember the exact amount. It wasn't huge, but there is a fund for this. But what needs to be done to kind of crystallize that fund is to have the ordinance and also then do the Chapter 159 resolution, which the director at Government Services approves, which they will do. So this is the two-step process. I ran this by Paul Azzolino, who's our engineer for both boards, to make sure this kind of fits in with how both boards approach the tree issue about funding, and with Gary Vinci about what's required from the Government Services and Financial to make sure that the fund itself is properly set up. These are the 2 documents that would be required. It's the ordinance revisions, which I have given you in draft form, and the resolution, which is the Chapter 159 resolution. So if you're okay with it, and if you go back, and I think Sue will verify this, there were minutes. This was requested a while ago, and there was discussion to get this done. So I'm just trying to, clean up and get things up to date that need to be taken care of. So that's kind of where this sits.
Okay.
Council President, I think this is acceptable, but Mr. Powell did a good job on this.
Oh, great. Okay.
All right, then if that's the case, what I'll do, Sue, you can put that on for introduction at the next meeting.
You want to do it at the next meeting?
Yeah, put that on for the next meeting. Introduce for first reading at the next meeting.
Okay,
Wait a second. Is that gonna?
that's the last meeting in December.
I don't like to do that. Let's hold it off to the first meeting.
Second meeting, do I do second meeting in January? We reorg?
I don't like to have ordinances introduced at 1 and then being voted on at the second, after reorganization. So let's just hold this off to the first available meeting next year. I mean, we've lasted this long, it's not, the horse isn't running out of the barn. So let's just have it ready to go. First available meeting next year.
All right, well, I could be reorg, or it could be the second meeting of January, so we can talk.
Okay. I think what you could do at the next meeting is you could adopt the resolution, though, because that creates the Chapter 159. Since you already have money in the till, I think that should be done immediately. So let's get that done. So put the Chapter 159 resolution on at the next meeting, and then do the ordinance
in January.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep, shall do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then swim club, that's me. I see that there's more discussion about the Bergen County Open Space Trust Fund underneath that. Do we want to talk about that first? Mr. DiCarlo, are you going to talk about this with the DB next to it, or is he on Zoom? Okay.
That's what a grant writer.
Yeah, with the grant
put in
writer.
With all that information about the open, Bergen County Open Space.
So I'm,
Get a whole bunch of documents there explaining what we can do, what we can't do, and
okay, so I guess, I was not necessarily gonna tie the swim club into that, but I will. I was just gonna ask, since we've acquired it, what is the timeline to decide, to determine? I know we had talked, Mr. Mayor, about, the rec board, being a part of the decision driving for what happens to that space. We had talked about the seniors being at the meeting and myself as part of the rec, board to really come up with what we wanted to see at the swim club. So first, has that been planned yet? Are we planning it? When, if so, when?
I'm working with Boswell on it. We should have something to both the council and the rec advisory board in January. As far as, what they feel that property with that topography can support.
Okay. So they didn't do the study yet.
It's ongoing. It's not completed yet, but it's ongoing.
Okay, and they're doing the full square footage of it from like the whole lot size. Okay,
Correct.
great. And also, I know it's not, we don't meet routinely, but I am on that rec committee, so
Yeah,
can you make sure that I'm on the invite?
you're on council and rec, so you'll hear it
Thank
probably
you.
twice and,
Yeah,
and then some.
all right, great. And then I guess we could tie in the Bergen County Open Space Trust Fund to that for some clarity. I have been back and forth with Mr. DiCarlo and asked a bunch of clarifying questions regarding the grant. And I think that needs to be discussed. Mr. Fowler, we can, right? There's no reason we can't discuss the limitations to the grant or anything, right?
Correct.
Okay. So just so I'm totally clarifying for anybody who's listening, because I was confused as well, we have not accepted the grant yet, correct? We are still.
It has not been officially awarded, so we have not yet accepted.
Right, okay. So that is where I think the discussion should take place. It sounded fantastic at first to get grant money. You're thinking, you're getting money back for a space we purchased. We didn't purchase it for as much then. It lessens the impact financially, and then you can take that money and you can make all these improvements. But the grant money definitely limits what we're able to do. So with my fear of having just purchased space with nothing in it, not being able to do anything, I've been like back and forth with Mr. DiCarlo, and he's been super helpful in shedding some light on, it's not as restrictive as initially thought. From what I understand, we are still allowed to keep the structure should we so choose that's there currently, so that we could use bathroom facilities. We would just have to rehab it. There is verbiage though in here that talks about you could use that structure as long as it's not been deteriorating as a result of negligence. So that's splitting hairs, because some will say it was neglect when really it was just from normal wear and tear. It kind of was in that shape prior.
Yeah, like you said, it came from the prior owner that we bought it from.
Like
so,
that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that being said, we could still have facilities there. We could still have bathroom facilities. We could still have the potential for a snack stand because it's existing prior to the grant.
I would hope so also.
It says it clearly in here. So, then it also, what makes me happy is accepting that grant also means that we can only do recreation things, and we cannot use it for parking. We cannot use it for anything else, storage of any other equipment, by accepting that open space grant. So that's where it entices me a little bit.
Council President,
Mm-hmm.
your last comment, would that mean we have to move all the DPW stuff out of there?
If we accepted the grant,
Right.
yes, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. DiCarlo, didn't we discuss that? It would have to be, there would be under no circumstances could we park anything there that is not directly related to rec, meaning cars for people and all of that. Didn't we talk about that on the phone?
Parking for the outdoor recreation would be fine.
Right, but
But the
not,
storage of the equipment, my understanding, once we accept the money and we sign off on the paperwork associated.
So we would have to move all that equipment,
yes.
so we'd have to find a spot for it.
Yes.
I mean, I haven't seen that in writing yet. I would like to maybe go directly to the committee, I'm sorry, and ask that specific question, because let me say, I would hope there might be a little leeway that until we make the property available to the public to have some things there that we can store equipment on blacktop, which is where it is now, until that time comes. Well, I'd like to reach out to them to get a little clarification on this, but also I have started to look at our other town-owned properties in town that should we have to do that, we'll weigh the pros and cons of different properties in town that don't have grant money attached to them, where we could potentially store this equipment also.
Thank you. Thank you for that forward thinking, Mr. Mayor.
I try once in a while.
Council President, I just want to add, the grant specifically from the the Open Space Trust Fund. Yes, we can rehab the building, but no expansion of any existing structure is allowed at all. So we can't increase the size. And again, it is very clear that if the building is dilapidated or neglected, that it would have to come down, but no new structure could be erected in its place.
If it was in need of rehab due to neglect, which is what I said before, that's semantics. And that's what worries me about accepting the grant, because I believe it is normal wear and tear that caused that. That didn't, it hasn't shined and hasn't seen glory, its glory days in many years prior to us acquiring it while it was still in use. So I wouldn't say it was neglect more than it was just wear and tear and.
So I just wanted to add, as was continuing on, but so what I'm saying is that I think we need to find out who makes that determination on whether the building is allowed to be rehabbed. Is it the grant committee? Is there certain ordinances? Is there certain requirements from like a construction? I think that's, in order to make that determination, we have to find that out. Say like what is considered neglect versus what is considered it's just normal wear and tear, to say whether the structure can remain or it has to go. That's my driving point. It's not clear in here who makes that determination, but I think we have to find that out.
Agreed. And that's what I asked Mr. DiCarlo. I said, that's what worries me, is that over the neglect or the wear and tear.
So, Council President, page 13, it would be 5.7B, the following costs are disallowed. And down here it says cost of building demolition, renovation, or stabilization.
But read the next page.
Cost of associate administration and operations related to the acquisition.
Right.
So, I think the mayor should reach out
and find
to
out
what we actually could do here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Also, there's several eligibility
Mr.
There's several eligibility clauses in here in continuation with what Mr. Sears is saying that could actually, if we take the grant, could make it void down the road and we have to give the money back too. I don't want to end up in that position either.
Mr. Cassio, what were you saying?
Yeah, Mark, can you just find out? I mean, we have this nice property, we got a good deal on it. Can you find out when they talk about rehabbing and they talk about a footprint that we can't increase, right? On it, I saw that specifically in the grant. Does that mean we have to keep it as a pool and rehab it, or can we put another structure there if you don't increase the footprint, because you're really conserving the land is the same, but you're just doing a different use. That's my concern. I know we talked about 4 walls and all that stuff. That I understand, but
That's a good thought.
We could have 3.
You fill the pool in and put a building on.
Put a building there. That's what I would envision for that property myself. And if that's the case, where you're buying this property and you can't utilize it, you can't make it the recreation center that I think it should be, okay, for all the residents, the seniors, the youth, and the middle-aged like us, ourselves, Tom, right? To me, I wouldn't, you're welcome anytime. As long as you reciprocate, we're good. I think that would be something that would hold me back from actually taking the money because it would be restrictive. I know there's concerns about storing equipment there, but that really ties my hands. I want to be able to use that to the best ability of the land. We need it. We have 11 acres that can be utilized in many different ways. If we take the grant, that might restrict us in putting up a beautiful facility for everyone. That's my only concern.
Well, it says that activities ineligible for funding include fully enclosed structures, including but not limited to restrooms or comfort stations, maintenance and storage structures, concession stands, or other similar structures.
I mean, why couldn't we put where the pool is a nice bubble there for the kids to play in, right? A soccer bubble. And that if that would hinder us from doing it, then I don't think it's worth taking that money. That's just that's my opinion. That's how I see it.
Council President might have some of the answers to help.
Yeah.
So from my understanding of it, we do not have to use it as a pool. We could rehabilitate the pool. We may even be granted future grant monies to rehabilitate the pool. We can rehabilitate the structure that's there. We just can't increase the footprint of that structure, like say put an addition on.
Correct.
And we might be even able to get future grant money to rehabilitate it. The only thing that I think was in the memo was the township would have to take on the cost of running the building, whether it be electricity, gas, things like that. We can't build any new structures that are totally enclosed. So if you wanted to go down at the bottom of the parking lot and build a 4-wall structure, whatever it is, can't do it.
What about the footprint? Does it include the pool? Can we pull a 4-wall structure on the pool?
You can't expand the current footprint of the building. Can't make the building any bigger.
So we'd be forced to fill the pool in.
No, you could use it as a pool, but you could if you don't want it as a pool, you can demolish the pool and put whatever you want over it. I forget what one of the suggestions.
As long as it's more open space.
Yes,
like a field
outdoor
or something
recreation.
like that.
Yes, I think Mr. Cassio suggested what was like a pool, like a thing a kids can use. Yes, you just can't use that space to make the building, the existing building any bigger.
Are you talking about a dome? Or
Any type of structure. I'm talking about.
That's an enclosure then.
Well, that's what I'm. Are we talking enclosure? Are we talking the footprint? We can't expand the footprint, and then you can do whatever you want, or can you? The open space is the open space as it already stands, right? The footprint is, I don't know, 100 square feet, whatever we have, or 1 acre. Are we allowed to take that 1 acre that's already footprinted out? Can we do what we want with that, with our money?
I think,
yes.
with our money.
As long as it supports outdoor recreation. I apologize. I thought you meant
that's
not outdoor. That would be indoor.
That'd be indoor recreation. That's what
It's like an enclosure, like a dome.
Whether it's a dome or it's a basin.
He's saying no. I know exactly what you meant.
I don't care because you know what? What we're lacking in our record department is a place to put kids to do stuff. We have to go to the high. This is crazy. We're spending our taxpayers' money to pay the high school, which we pay taxpayers' money to use. We're paying Peter and Paul together there, not the person. But you know what I'm saying? We're taking that money out and giving it back. Can't we just keep that in-house? That's what I'd like to see. Personally.
I think the answer was no, though, right? Because that's an enclosure.
That's the enclosure.
It would be great if it explained like an exhausted list, but based on just a definition, it would sounds to me like it would be a complete enclosed structure. A dome.
Whatever. Dome.
The dome doesn't sound like it would work.
You had
Mr. Mayor, the plans that Boswell is hopefully providing in January, are they keeping into account keeping the structure up or?
Yes, as of right now, the structure, no one has referenced taking it down.
Okay. And then Council Vice President Feeney has a question.
Yeah, so I wanted to know, because I see there's all these forms, and then they talk about in the documentation that the the final product, in order to meet with the conformity of the grant, has to meet what our application says. So I was curious in that regard, we need to make sure that we conform to what the application was, because that's what the grant was approved based upon. So is there did we talk to them in the application? Did it say that we were talking about rehabbing the building? Like, does that have to meet those requirements? And also, I'm very happy to hear that, because I was the only one when we were purchasing the swim club to say I would prefer not to take the grant money so that we could do what we want with the swim club. So I'm very happy to hear that everybody is now open to that. I think the benefit of this acreage that we've acquired, if we don't take the grant money and we're able to do what is in the long-term benefit of the town, I'm glad that everybody is now open to that. So that was just my two.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm in favor of that. So.
No, I'm just, I was the only one who said that, I voted for it too. However, okay.
Oh, no, so Councilwoman Velez is not.
No, that's okay. I don't need a clarification. I'm good. I couldn't hear her. So, but I was really just hoping to find out about, in the grant application that we submitted, what were the plans? Did we talk about rehabbing the building in the application to the grant committee, or?
Right. Okay. So did you have something else, Mr. Mayor?
I did, yes, thank you. And I'm going to bring up some hard realities. We have been told by the grant writer, if we turn down this money at this point, is any future open space grant or improvement money goodbye. And the reason is the resolution that was passed unanimously by the council on April 4th. I'm going to cherry pick one paragraph, or I can read the whole thing, so I'm not accused of cherry picking. Whereas the mayor and council of the Township of Washington have reviewed the Bergen County Trust Fund Program statement, the Bergen County Open Space Policy and Procedures Manual, and the open space application and instructions, and desire to make an application for such a grant and provide application information and furnish such documents as may be required. End paragraph. The time to ask all these questions was then. I believe the grant writer that if we turn down this grant after the committee has done all this work and at the last minute we turn it down, I think we're doing our taxpayers a disservice. And I think for now and in the future, that he said they won't even entertain any future grant if you turn it down. You agreed via resolution back in April that you understood the terms and conditions of applying for the grant. And now at the last minute, when they've gone through all the work, had we had our public hearing, they had their public hearing on it, to turn it down now. In addition to the facts I just laid out, I think it's a huge mistake.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say to that we multiple times are up here talking about how trust the professional. We don't know this. The professional knows this. Yes, that was the resolution. Yes, it said we understood it, but we also were putting all of our faith in the professional. And I'm sorry, but if these restrictions being as egregious as they are, it was the professional's responsibility to make sure that we knew all that came with this. And we didn't necessarily, I'm not going to say we, I personally didn't know what questions to ask because I was trusting the professional. So I'm going to ask moving forward, if we have a decision that carries such importance as this, they should be at the meeting and be prepared to have questions asked and answered so that we don't run into this again.
I have never turned down a request by council to have anyone at a meeting.
I did ask for him to be here.
When?
I spoke with Mr. DeCarlo last week.
Oh, not back in April.
No, when I realized that I don't have all the information and I had more questions. And
okay, I'm not taking sides. I'm pointing out facts.
Okay.
I'm pointing out what was told to me and what the council voted on.
I also think that if we apply for something and we are qualified for it, it can only be looked at as retaliatory. And I don't think that's legal to do. If we go for a grant and we're not gifted it because we turned one down because we didn't accept money, let it go to the next person in line. Let the next town have it. We were not fully aware of, at least I wasn't, I can speak for myself, of how
our hands would be so tied when it came to creating a recreation field for this. If we accept this money, it's $400,000. I mean, I don't know that. And I've had private conversations with each person on this council, basically about, or most of them, about not really understanding the limits that this grant is placing upon anything that we do moving forward if we accept it. So, resolution aside, there was a professional guiding us.
Well, the title of the grant is Bergen County Open Space Recreation. I don't understand how it could be any clearer that you can't build new structures when you're given money to keep something as open space.
It appears we're not even able to rehab what we currently have if it's dilapidated or neglected. So there's even constraints on some of the things that are potentially permitted.
So the council's going to do what you choose to. That's your prerogative.
I have no problem turning down money that's going to restrict us from using the land that it can be best suited for. And I don't think, I think the grant writer is incorrect that we will never get another grant from anywhere because we turned this down. I think the county would be more than happy to put it back in their pocket and use it somewhere else. And I don't think they would be retaliatory.
I don't think never will happen as well. However, anytime you take money from the state, it comes with restrictions. And we don't need to know it in great detail, but anytime you accept money, it's going to come with restrictions. So.
But were we told the restriction?
It is our job to do the research.
Why do we have a writer then?
Yes.
The
When we
professional
look
can
into
give
it.
us the downside of accepting this money. I don't ever remember him telling us the downside of accepting this money.
Not only were we did discuss it in April, but there were several residents who came up during the public portion of that to accept the grant money to say, you realize you're not going to be able to do anything that you want there. I think maybe all of us should go back and watch that meeting, but there were several residents that even came up and informed us that no structures could be erected there and that we would have restrictions based on, because they talked about the restrictions we have with the other open space money we have accepted in this town. So I agree with Councilwoman Velez, it's our responsibility to do the research, but it's, a lot of these questions were asked previously.
You were saying, Mr. Sears? Okay, so
I'm not accepting the grant money. I'm going to tell you right now. It's too restrictive. I'm not going to do it, no matter how I voted prior. Sometimes you think everything's great, you got to reevaluate something. So a smart person reevaluates and changes course. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. So if there's a vote to take it or not take it, my vote is no.
should we?
It's not going to change.
Can I just make one more comment?
Let me just say something. Are we there, Mr. Poller? Are we able to vote on that after we hear out what Ms. Velez has to say?
Well, let me ask you this. When is the time that you have to vote to accept or not accept? I'm not familiar with.
December 15th is when they're handing it out. According to the documents, December 15th.
December 15th?
Correct, Mr. DeCarlo?
You don't know if we have it yet, right?
It said it in the paperwork.
Yeah, I believe it's on or about.
Yeah.
But we'll know December 15th, not now.
No, there was in the paperwork. That's the date I recall.
Yeah, so that's
We'll
somewhere.
know if we got it or not. She's
December
saying it's not
If you're looking-
confirmed.
14th.
Yeah, have we received the award letter yet or no?
Sue was saying no.
No, I don't think so. They just have that
Recommendation.
paper, that was in, that has all the towns listed, Stacy, that has the amounts that the towns have received. That's all we've gotten.
Okay, I didn't know if we got anything in the meantime since,
So my question was, what is the act that you have to do to accept the grant is what I'm asking. Is there a form? Is there a resolution? Is something of acceptance that they require? I'm not familiar with how the grants operate. But but let me just try this out. I mean, on the simple question that's directed to me is, can the council take a vote on not accepting, on doing or not doing? Yeah, you're in public session and you can always take a vote and you can always pass a resolution. Yes, you can do that. You can take that action. Now, if you're asking me what implication that is on the grant and what the timing is on the grant, I am not the grant writer, so I can't give you anything about that. I can tell you what your power is, but with respect to the exercise and the timing of the exercise, I don't have the grant and I'm not familiar with the grant. If you can appreciate that, yes?
Yes, understood.
Can I just say one more thing? So I understand that these restrictions are less than ideal. However, we have to keep in mind that the choices we're making right now are going to affect the future council of this township. So if we reject this, yeah, we may not see the retaliation, but our future leaders will.
Right.
So we definitely need to keep in mind that it's not just about us, but what the future leaders of this community are going to be tied to.
That's a shame to say that.
Justify any decision we're making right now.
Right.
We need to make a decision for the community.
Yes.
Not for our own political advantage.
Agreed.
That's not
what you're saying.
no, sir. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying by us turning down this money, should it be retaliatory or whatever you want to call it, you are now tying the hands of future leaders from receiving other grants.
I don't believe that.
But if it's a bad idea to take it,
I don't think it's a bad idea.
But
if
if the rest of us do, right? If three of us believe it's a bad idea, then we're not going to be swayed by how the future leaders are going to be handled with this. And I don't think they're going to be retaliated. I don't think they're going to be retaliating.
But that's
with us for not taking their money. I don't understand that. That
They're
can go to
retaliating or not. Miss Councilwoman has a very valid point. You may disagree, but negating her opinion is not is her opinion. And
excuse me, I didn't negate anyone's opinion. We're having a discussion. I know that that's sometimes boring, but we're having a discussion.
Excuse me, but
I am still speaking.
Well,
we are having a discussion. Do not turn this into anything more than that. Thank you.
Based on her opinion, she is saying that it could affect.
I know what she's saying. I don't need it clarified.
I was actually not clarifying for you, Council President.
We're going to move on.
Excuse me, but everybody else had something to say. Excuse me, but every other council member had something to say and I didn't.
You're clarifying what one of the council people said, but it's not necessary. Do you have something else to add to it? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on. So should we take a stop?
Are there 2 or 3 defined questions you would like the administration to go back to the Open Space Committee and try and get a quick answer on before they would award the grant? And if not, I think the council owes it to the public to tell them right now what anticipated uses you're thinking for that if you're willing to turn down over $400,000.
Sure. I think that we have to do that, though, in a very, very quick manner because December 15th, we don't have another meeting until the 19th. So to be able to vote on that, would we need a special meeting?
I don't know.
So we would, right?
So not a special meeting?
I don't know. I can tell you what I'd like to see on there. Sure. I'd be prepared to do that.
You got, listen, you have one subject that you talk at with a special meeting, right? You have to get the answers back very, very quickly because you have to set the meeting within.
Right.
How many hours?
Gotta be 48 hours at the publication, and the publication takes 3 days out.
3 days. So you're talking
at least 5 days out.
You know, and then you should get, you got to write down specific things you want that grant writer to tell you what you can. Actually, not the grant writer,
the committee.
The committee, right? The county. Okay, and I don't think they're going to meet on your whim,
right,
and talk about it. I don't think that's gonna happen. Good, maybe I'm wrong.
Right.
Well, I would hope the committee wouldn't have to meet. I'm hoping we can get to just one knowledgeable person who could answer these few questions. Because I don't think it's a committee vote or anything. It's just we're asking questions about it. Is my opinion.
I don't know how it works.
Yeah.
So
So I can't answer that question. I have no idea.
I think we also need the report from Boswell to see what the ground can actually sustain, like what we can make all the wish lists we want. But we also need to find out from Boswell what's actually possible to do on the property before we put a giant wish list out, make promises we're not able to adhere to or even propose. It would be really good, professionalism to have the report from Boswell to say, this is what we could actually do. This is where you can build and what we have the space for.
Why don't we have that as of yet?
They said they were working on that. Correct, Mr. Mayor? You said that earlier?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly wasn't aware there was any rush that we were going to be up against the vote to not take the money. And so I did not rush them because there was no reason to rush them. This came up just in the last meeting or two, and this is the first time hearing that,
But
now this is a concern.
We acquired the property when? April. So it's not really a rush. They have to decide what was permeable space, what was a viable option for us. They had plenty of time. I mean, it's difficult to decide to accept a grant on space that we don't know how much we can build. We could be accepting a grant for no reason because we're not going to be able to build it because it's not something that could support what we're thinking we would use this grant money for. So it's a little bit of like a rock in a hard place. I don't really know how to move that forward.
I don't think any decision can be made, whether it's the grant money or town money or taxpayer money, what can be done on there until we have that. I think
unfortunately, we're running out of time.
It's the whole kit and caboodle. We need to know in general what we could actually, what's permittable, what's going to be sustainable, what's going to have the best life and the best benefit for the town. We won't have that until we know what Boswell's report contains.
I don't think we're going to have that from them before December 15th.
No, we're 10 days out.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. But again, we did agree to take the grant. We, as a council, agreed to take the grant money in April. That the application went in. We knew it was coming December 15th. It was on the application.
So we could look at this. I'm sorry. So we could look at this another way. As Councilwoman Velez said, if we don't take the grant money, we're blocking the ability for other future council people to do what maybe they need to do with this grant in the future. However, we are also making a decision because we voted on something that we were not completely informed about, but we then voted on something that we have the power right now to undo. But because we made a prior vote, we could be, for the town moving forward for futures, blocking what we're able to do in this space.
Can I just jump in for 1 second?
Sure.
I don't really think you guys should be taking a vote tonight when there are so many open questions. This is just, my view. You can be firm in your belief that you won't take the money if, in fact, you can't do what you intend. But I'm not convinced that tonight is or even the 15th is the date that it has to be done by. I believe that we have turned down grants in the past, and I think that before a bad decision is made of saying not to take something, I think it's smarter to reach out. You have some time to reach out for clarification on the uses, the options, the timing, how much time you have to actually take or not take. And so I don't think you should put yourself into this situation tonight. There are so many, everybody's raised so many questions, and a lot of them are answerable if you give yourself a little time and not put yourself unnecessarily under the gun. Don't forget, the first thing that people ask, with all due respect, get the grant money. Get the grant money. How many people out there? My taxes are going up. Get the grant money. Get the grant money. It's something that people are, generally in favor of getting money, free money. That's what people say. Of course, they don't know what comes with it, like with Green Acres, where you take Green Acres funds, oops, it affects other properties. Wow, we can't do other things. But the bottom line is, you better spend a little extra time getting answers to questions before you take votes that can really rupture future relationships, future grants from future plans or whatever. So I just feel that you may be rushing yourself unnecessarily. Just thought I might throw that out there as a.
So what do we do with a looming deadline?
Well, I don't even know what that deadline means.
Someone's got to sign off on it, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Sign it, the money's going to be sitting in the bank.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's sitting in the trust fund. So, okay, it's due on the 14th.
So do you?
We're not going to sign it until the January 1st.
So do you have the ability to give it back?
well, you see, Desiree, you're asking the question. Nobody knows. I mean, you could just talk about
Right,
it.
but I don't, I'm sorry, Ken, what I don't want to happen is the 15th come, the 16th come, and oh, we really did need to do something before then.
2 years.
Okay. So, I mean, there are, like whoever said, there are special meetings you could call, okay? You can call a special meeting if you have to, but today is only the 5th of December. I mean, in 2-3 days, you should have these questions answered, no?
We will, but we still won't have the study of what we can put there. I mean, that's going to be a huge piece of it.
Maybe we should explain to the grant writer, to the county what we want to put there, so they can tell us yes or no. You want to put it down.
That's what I asked 10 minutes ago, to say, let me go to them, and say, can we do this? Can we do this? And can
I
we?
mean, that's only logical, because then they know exactly what
our
we're
intents
looking
are.
to do, and they can say yay or nay, and now we know what our decision is.
Okay, in addition, can we, do you think we could get the ball rolling on a study as quickly as possible to see what parts of the property are not usable? Because I'm hearing a lot from residents who know that area much better than I do, that it is a lot of,
I mean, I can ask Boswell, based on how far they've come so far, if they'll issue a quick opinion on it.
okay.
I think also the only way we're going to have success with this moving forward is that each council person needs to submit their questions in writing, so that we have a list of questions to go back to the grant people or to Boswell, whoever. The second thing is can Boswell, like Mayor said, he's going to ask to see if they can speed it up, and not only speed it up, but how far are they actually along to give us an educated opinion? Because if they're going to give us an opinion on what they've already done, but they can't give us an educated opinion, then we're not leveraging, like you've said previously, our professionals to the full extent. And then I think the third thing is that we put a list together of what we hope to see on that property. And along with the questions being answered from the grant committee and the professionals, along with what Boswell is going to give to us, we'll be able to make an educated decision on how to move forward with this whole thing. That's the only way. So if council submits its questions, Boswell gives us what they have, but it needs to be an educated, informed presentation to say this is what we can do. And then the third thing would be the wish list, and this is what we want to do. Then collectively we can make an informed decision.
All right, so are we going to have a special meeting then?
My opinion, I think you should ask inside how soon afterwards of the award do we have to accept it?
Right, that's
on that first.
That's one of the questions, my question.
But a lot of times, they don't expect council to drop everything. A lot of times it's the next available council meeting.
Right.
Or whatever. I mean, this is a tough time you get to do all this stuff for everybody.
Because if you look at like the ADA grants, that's the thing. It's presented once we get the letter, you don't have to act immediately. It's either done at the next meeting or the meeting after.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Councilman Sears, you were saying?
Should we not ask the rec board what they want there?
That's the third thing, is the wish list from everybody.
The rec board is the one that's going to tell us what they would like to have.
That's my question earlier.
It's almost which came first, the chicken or the egg. They were waiting to see what it could support to weigh in as to what they'd like to.
Now we have an understanding of what the rec board wants. They may want the pool filled in and they want to go there. Or they may want to have a boxing thing there, but they should have had ideas by now on what they're looking at for the rec. A room for the seniors, a room for pickleball, or whatever.
Well, we have to get together as a rec department
I thought the rec was already questioned. I thought they were already asked. I thought.
I'm
that
on the
there-
rec board, so we haven't met to discuss.
Sorry, I was asking the administration if they reached out to the rec director or anybody to see if they
Well,
had.
I think the mayor has a handle on what the council is looking for, and.
Absolutely
We
not.
get an answer.
You're not putting that one on me right now. I'm going to Boswell to get an opinion I need from the council.
Okay, so
Your thoughts.
we're gonna organize this just as we would any other meeting. So the mayor will, I guess, discuss with Boswell what his thoughts are on where they are so far with the field study to see what we can do. The council will submit what we would like to see there, that we would like. I don't know if Mr. DeCarlo is going to own it or the mayor is going to own it, whomever is going to speak with the people at the county and let them know what our wish list is and tell us from there what we can do. And then we will marry the two and see if it makes sense. We will need a special meeting to make that a final vote.
And I'd like to know, Mr. Mayor, were any of the other rec people asked what they'd like? Was Mr. Scuderi asked or?
Yes, I'm going to say the rec director and the rec superintendent have consistently said to me from day one that they need more field space, that they get requests for field space that they cannot honor for almost every sport. As a matter of fact, just to throw one out there, Mark, please correct me if I'm wrong. I think you have knowledge of this. On our cheer program, we're going to pay Westwood the $25 premium because we cannot give them any field space to do their practicing on. So that's one example of probably 10, I'll say, that, they have given me that just don't come to mind, that, they need field space and we don't have the field space to offer for, like I said, almost every sport.
Good. I'm glad you're proactive with that. That's great. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we beat that to death.
Desiree, one more little thought. I know it's always great to say to the council, give all your questions, and then sometimes it gets lost in the sauce. Why don't you put a date that the questions have to be done and in the hands of the administration so that these questions can be answered?
Yeah, well, this needs to be very.
Be done yesterday,
It needs to be
unfortunately.
right.
Yeah, like say tomorrow, next day. I would say everybody has to do it by such and such.
All right, by end of day tomorrow, by the end of day, so 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, we need to have submitted to, or else your questions don't get submitted.
I'm going to say there's 5 views, so I'm expecting 15 different opinions.
Right.
Because Casey will have her 3, Tom will have his 3.
Right, and they will go to the mayor. They're going to be emailed to the mayor.
We just go by the end of tomorrow. I have
Myself and the
It's
administrator.
at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. I have an all day meeting somewhere off site where I'm not going to be.
All right, then maybe do it tonight.
Could you just make it like midnight tomorrow?
I'm going to reach out first thing tomorrow and see when they're available to even meet. And so I'll let you know that because it'll help you back into a date to have your questions. Obviously sooner than later is better, but we'll go based on their time frame.
So what do you need? What is the absolute latest you need to have the special meeting posted and all that? What's the date?
Well, let's put it this way. If you took a date today and said we want to have it December 20th, let's say, tomorrow I would advertise, it wouldn't be in the newspaper until 48 hours after that, would bring it to, let's say, next Monday. That's kind of, I get
Weekend
5
count?
days.
Weekend count for the 48 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need at least, a 5-day bridge of when I advertise and when it gets in the paper in the 48 hours.
So the earliest would be Tuesday then. Would be the earliest we could have the meeting.
And can we do it on Zoom?
I'm sure the public wants to come.
What's going on here on the 13th? I have a funny feeling there's some planning board meetings coming up as well. Just like,
Planning board is this
We're
Wednesday.
getting late, so we
Yeah.
still have closed. Can we look on that in a minute?
I'm gonna do it right now.
Okay. Well, actually, the next one's you, so
Well, I guess we're not gonna do it at that right now. Right, well, I can send out an email tomorrow morning and just tell everybody that, you know,
What dates you're
what's
available?
going for next week.
Okay, and then, so who's gonna find out if that, the 15th is actually
14.
the 14th
Yeah.
by midnight?
Oh, wait,
Mark said
no,
he
no,
would do
no,
that.
I mean midnight tomorrow.
Oh, no, 14th, I meant. Mark's going to, okay.
Really good.
Yeah,
You
you
want me
were
to-
voluntold.
Want me to go?
No, I'll take care.
Okay, that if the 14th,
14, it says will be approved by resolution of the county commissioners on December 14th. The official award letter to the mayor will be going out before year end.
Says by year end, so we won't
That's-
find out even out until the first of the year.
well, that's them, but they'll be making the,
Okay.
yeah,
But it's already in the resolution and we're on their list.
right. So we need to pull that. We need, if we're gonna pull that, we
If
need
we're
them to
gonna
pull,
pull.
right. We need to, right. of
So
course.
you got my
So
question.
if it's gonna be
We'll let you
pulled, we
know.
need to give them ample time.
All right.
Okay, and now Sue's up.
All right, it's that time of year again, we have to look at our schedule for next year. I basically copied what we did this year. So, you know, if anybody has anything,
Yes, I
yeah, let me get my pen.
will have a problem.
Sorry.
And
Okay,
in looking at my calendar, I cannot meet the night of the,
Which month?
I can do the
he's looking at
13th.
December,
I
he's
can-
talking about this.
I can do the 13th and the 15th, not the 14th.
Okay.
You could do the 13th.
Anytime soon.
And
I gotta
the,
look and see what I have going
I
on.
don't
too.
know, just not the 14th.
I have to check because I have there's two of those dates I can't make. I have to see if it's the 13th and the 14th or the 14th and the 15th.
Okay. Well, you guys all let me know what you have and then I can let you know what.
Can you send an email, see what dates you're looking at? Okay, thank you.
Council President Maureen?
Mhm.
Yes, is everyone trying to beat the December 14th date because it's the date of the resolution?
Yes,
Okay, because if you continue reading the paragraph, thereafter, the fully executed grant agreement that will bind the township and should be mailed back to the township in mid-February to early March. So after the resolution on the 14th, an award letter will go out to the mayor by year end. The grant agreements will be mailed out in late January for signature by the mayor. So do we really feel we have such a deadline of the 14th, considering that information?
So you're saying so the letter will go out to the town, but it's only a letter saying that we're going to give this to you and nothing is binding until we receive, what did you call it? The grant
Agreement.
agreement. And we
It's
won't
not-
get that till February.
and it has until it's signed,
And that's
Until it's
usually by
signed.
right,
resolution.
until it's signed.
So that's February, is that what it says?
Mid-February. To early March even, it says.
Okay.
That's what it says.
Just look on my list. Long.
And so what we're doing right now is looking for the dates, right?
That's what we're talking about.
The calendar.
Right here. It's under the back.
So then if Boswell technically can't give us an educated answer, then we can wait till they return and give us the right information that we need to make a decision.
Hey, do yourself a favor. You know what? You're analyzing everything and trying to figure it out. Stay on the fast track, give your questions in, let Peter call, and Peter, you can find out about when the last day is that the town can say yay or nay. I mean, really, you're trying to create something here or answer questions. You don't have the answers tonight. You won't have the answers tonight, and you don't need to have the answers tonight if you just act expeditiously and get your answers in the next couple of days. I mean, let's be real.
I agree, Mr. Paul.
Pardon me. I mean, that's, just.
I agree, Mr. Power also.
I've moved on, so I'm looking at the calendars for next year. So I agree with you. Let's just keep it moving.
Yeah, just keep on the fast track. Don't relax. Get it done. And you certainly, with the initial contact, you're going to have some initial feedback. You might find out that you do have into February to ultimately decide. So, but let's
However,
keep
with
moving.
the council, yes, with the council, I still want the questions in ASAP
Yeah.
because like you said, it's going to fall by the wayside. People are going to forget, myself included. Everyone has to have the stuff into Sue before tomorrow for what's that? For Councilwoman Feeney, we will extend it until midnight tomorrow.
There you go.
All right, so this date I can't do.
Okay.
All right, so now we've moved on to picking calendar dates for the meetings for 2023.
Hey, you two down there, come on. Wait,
I have a question. Just because this has been coming across a bunch of calendars. June 19th. That is a,
Juneteenth.
yes, is that a holiday in the township?
Yeah.
It's not.
Okay. Just checking.
And what was that one that was talking about that? Martin Luther King. All right, good.
We're supposed to remove more. That was one thing I suggested. Misplaced Martin Luther King is supposed to be changed, but I misplaced it.
It is.
This is 17. I think last year, I think we actually said we're planning and doing or whatever.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
it's basically the same calendar. The only other thing I was gonna ask you is if you want to try to do, and if it's possible, in July and August at 6:30, start instead of 7:30 with the summer. That's the only thing, but that's a everybody special. I don't know if you can be able to.
Don't know if I'll be able to, but I'll try for now. I'll say
Yeah. But that was it. Other than that, it pretty much mirrors what we did this year.
Sure.
Well,
It seemed to
it's
flow,
much
so-
better because we don't have a meeting on my birthday this year.
Oh, there you go.
So good job, Sue.
Yeah, like I said, the only thing is that November one does not work for me. I'm fine missing.
I just want to know.
Well, should we move? I mean, June 19th, since that's turned into a federal holiday, or I think it's going to at least. I know most states it is. Should we move that one to the 20th?
Leaving it at that Monday.
Yeah. I mean, that was my only suggestion, like we did for Martin Luther King. Out of respect, should we move the 19th of June to the 20th?
I'm okay either way. Whatever you guys decide, I'm all right either way.
Let's leave it as is.
Okay.
And if you can't make it, you can always zoom in.
Okay.
No, it's not that it has nothing to do with not being available. We moved Martin Luther King, so it wasn't on that holiday. Since Juneteenth has become a holiday, that's my suggestion, not that I'm available or not available. Most schools are going to be closed and
Yeah. Okay. So are we good with that schedule? Okay.
Tell me, people.
Sign day. And what about the sign day? Sue?
Are we?
We only have one.
Yes,
Yeah,
because the week is the week after and they have Thanksgiving. We do it that way. And it's the day after election, not the day before.
All right. We have to keep it moving.
So sign day, I just wanted to see is January 3rd, okay with everybody for rework. January 1st is on a Sunday. We're officially closed on Monday, the 2nd. Are we okay with doing it on the 3rd?
Sure.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that was easy. So far, so good.
Pay to play professional.
Okay, I have spoken with the mayor from the administrator's end of it. They are fine with their pay to play. I have letters ready to go out tomorrow. As a council, you don't have very many, but what you do have is the auditor, the public defender, court administrator is not up yet, and my appointment, the registrar of vital statistics. But going for pay to play, it'd be actually the auditor more so than anything else, and the public defender. If I don't know if you have any thoughts of changing the auditor or anything. If you don't, then I will just go with what we did last year.
I'd like to change it. You know, I like that, two different firms. Send out some RFQs.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What are we opinionating on?
Here to play for professionals for year 2023. It's number 3 on the conference agenda. There's no real backup to it, Daisy.
Oh.
We have a list of, someone.
Or,
Oh, we have to advertise in what the league.
no, we'd advertise it on the website, we'd advertise in the newspaper, you could do the league if you wanted to, but you have to wait so many days, you have to get a purchase order to them, and that, I mean, you could if you really want to.
Well, how do we normally do it? In the paper?
We haven't done it in a while, so we do it in the newspaper, like for planning and zoning board, they put it in the newspaper, they put it on the website. During the course of the year, there might be, in fact, I just sent something to the mayor today from somebody who wants to be approved, not, not obviously an auditor. So,
Okay. And where do you get most of the bites from? Part C. What is it, what the league charges?
Yeah, Mark was at about $125, $130. I don't even know what they charge.
I believe so.
Is it around that?
What's the paper like?
It's like for like 30 days.
No, what is it? What are the article local papers? I mean, advertise rather than like.
Not that much. I think maybe about $30, $40. Even that much.
So who would we be sending it out for?
The order.
And it's also on the website, right? It would be like for our website.
On that too, yes.
So I think the last time we did it was 3 years ago.
Could be. Yeah, I think it was when you guys first came on.
Yeah, so we did it 3 years ago, so it's not that long ago.
No.
Okay, just want to clarify that because somebody said it was a while ago.
Well, 3 years ago was a while ago. It seems like eternity with COVID.
Okay, and then can we move on?
Well, I mean, if you're all in favor of doing it.
I'll make a motion to RFQ for an auditor.
Oh, I'll second, sorry.
Second.
Sorry, second. I'm telling you, after 11 o'clock.
I know,
I'm
I see
punchy.
you're spent.
I am.
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney.
I just have one question in regards to that. Is it required to go out for RFQ? Or this would just be a request from council? I missed the first part of the conversation. I couldn't hear. I'm sorry.
Mr. Pollard?
It's not required.
Right.
RFQs are not required. And if you're happy with your professionals, most towns don't go out for RFQs. They just hire their professionals. If there's some reason why you are dissatisfied with a professional or you didn't have a professional, you could do an RFQ, but definitely not required.
I
mean, professionals are appointed all the time by most municipalities. They're long-serving people unless there's something that you want changed. It's not something to do as a matter of course.
Oh, okay.
So I was just wondering if the council then I missed the first part of the conversation. Is anybody unhappy with the current auditors? There's a reason to go out for RFQ?
The reason is you have the auditor doing the books too. So the same company, isn't it?
Yes, but it's two different. I believe it's separated based upon. Excuse me, Dr. Casio. I'm sorry, I wasn't finished.
I'm sorry.
I wasn't finished. I wasn't finished.
Okay, guys, all right. We're gonna keep going. It's almost 11:30.
I'm sorry, I wasn't finished. What I was saying was, yes, we do have the same company. However, it's two completely separate entities inside the company, and that was stated in the previous RFQ and in the meetings that they had with us. So I was wondering if there was another reason besides that.
Okay.
No.
So, are we gonna go for the RFQ?
Was any
Was a motion And it's
And
up to the
second.
committee.
Okay,
Right, but we didn't have any discussion.
we just did.
Well, no, we didn't have, after it was motion and seconded, we didn't really have discussion.
All right, guys, it's getting late. We have work to do. The bickering stops, myself included. I'm not above that, but we need to focus on this. So we have a motion and a second and a vote is up.
And discussion.
We just discussed it. Is there any more discussion that you would like?
Yes.
Okay.
I can barely hear what's going on again.
All right, but then stop talking and you'll hear what's going on. So what's happening is right now, we're just doing the auditor.
The
RFQ for
council's
auditors
only
right now.
responsible for a certain number, very few.
Right, I heard that.
That. So the auditors every year, and then you've got the public defender. Those are the two that the council
That's it.
appoints straight out. As a professional that you would go out for an RFQ.
And right now, you have the auditor is out for RFQ is a motion and a second for a vote. And Councilwoman Feeney said that she wants to understand why are we unhappy with anything that's going on? The discussion went on to say that Mr. Casio said, yes, they're from the same firm. And she's saying, yes, they're from the same firm, but they're independent inside that firm. That was the discussion. Is there more to it?
So I wanted to know if there was any other council member that was unhappy with the current firm we're using.
I'm going to say that's a probably no. So can we vote then?
And I'll ask you, Tom and
They didn't
Daisy.
speak.
want-
Did you guys have any,
No.
do you have any, are you unhappy with the auditor? Are you okay with the auditor? No discussion.
Okay, thank you.
So now Sue,
So
roll call.
continue on. All right, so Councilman Castor, you said yes. Councilwoman Feeney,
No.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez, and Council President Morgan.
Yes.
Okay, we'll work on an RFQ. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And last but not least is zoning board members. I gave you a list of the members that are up for, they're up, the term is expiring. I need some direction from how you would like me to handle these this year. You want me to handle them like I have in the past, where we put a little ad out in the newspaper, we put it on the website.
Yeah.
See if there's anybody that's interested. You want me to go back to these people and we appoint them? You tell me as a council what you would like me to do, please. Your choice.
You put out there, advertise, that's. See what's out there.
I agree. So I'll second Mr. Sears' motion. You did motion out, right?
Yeah.
Same protocol.
So we can set a deadline.
Yeah, we have to do deadline. I mean,
You
you're
have
up.
to pull right to it.
Okay. You're up December 31st, so I can advertise and have it back to me. You can be appointed at either reorg or the meeting after. Sometimes we do it the meeting after.
This too? No,
No,
no, just,
yeah, there should be highlights here.
How does the zoning board?
I'm sorry, Stacy. I'm sorry.
my highlights didn't come through.
Councilwoman, I'm sorry.
How does the zoning board attorney appointment work? Okay,
The zoning board appoints its own attorney.
they do. Okay,
You don't have nothing to do with that.
that's what I was trying to figure out. So,
Zoning board members, yes. Zoning board appointees, no.
I'm very sorry. Who motioned? Councilman Sears?
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
And you second?
Yes.
And this is for me to go out and advertise like we've done in the past, put a little letter out there and, you
Correct.
know, even tell the people that their term is up and if they would like to be applied, they may do so by,
Ask Thomas his name.
yeah.
Is that what you want?
Exactly like you did last.
Okay, all right. All right. You're welcome. So I guess I'll do Councilman Sears. Councilman Casio?
Yes.
Councilwoman Feeney?
yes.
Councilman Sears?
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez?
Yes.
And Council President Morgan?
Yes.
Okay, I will get that together then.
So there's only 2 seats up.
Yeah, I think there was only two. One here,
One,
two. Yeah, because.
two, just two.
Yep, yep, just the two, yes. Okay. Thank you. Oops.
Okay, I was just looking, I was reading it again. Okay. Okay, motion to enter into close. Sorry, for the purpose, where are we?
22.
Oh, yeah, for the purpose of resolution number 22-389, 450 Pascack Road property acquisition litigation. Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ken, no anticipation of going back out?
No anticipation of going back out.
Okay, so the next meeting will be December 19th, 2022, beginning at 7:30 PM. And we will not be having a special meeting then, will we? All right, if we do have a special meeting, it will be posted. Mhm, it will be advertised.
Okay. So